What's up, story lovers? Welcome to No Harry. In today's video, we have a fantastic tale for you. What if Pansy Parkinson was forced to marry Harry by dark ritual and she destroyed Slytherin house to protect him? If this is your first time here, consider subscribing and hitting the bell icon so you never miss a story. And if you're a returning viewer, thank you for your continued support. Alright, let's jump right into it. Chapter 1, The Binding. The dungeon air hung thick with the scent of burning herbs and something metallic, blood. Pansy realized with growing horror. 5 hooded figures formed a perfect pentagram around an ornate stone altar, their wands extended, chanting in a language that made her skin crawl. Ancient magic, dark and forbidden. Magic that demanded sacrifice. You understand what is required of you, daughter? Her father asked, his voice devoid of the warmth it had carried in her childhood. These days, Alexander Parkinson's eyes held only calculation, the desperate mathematics of a man who had placed his bets on the losing side of a war. Pansy swallowed hard, the tight collar of her ceremonial robes cutting into her throat. I'm to marry Potter, she said, the words acid on her tongue. To bind him to our cause. To save our family, her mother corrected sharply from where she stood beside the altar. Petunia Parkinson had once been beautiful, but grief and fear had hollowed her cheeks and dimmed her eyes. To save what remains of our world. What remained? How quickly everything had fallen apart after the Dark Lord's defeat. The trials, the seizures of property, the whispers of kissings to come. The Parkinsons had avoided Azkaban through technicalities and bribes, but their gold was dwindling and their influence all but vanished. This desperate gambit was their last hope, along with the hopes of the other sacred 28 families represented in this room. The Nuptialis Imperium ritual has not been performed in 3 centuries, drawled Lucius Malfoy from beneath his hood. Even with his face shadowed, his aristocratic disdain was unmistakable. It requires conviction. I have conviction, Pansy lied, digging her fingernails into her palms. What she had was fear. Fear and rage that her life had come to this, being offered up as a sacrifice to restore the fortunes of people who had already proven themselves willing to sacrifice her. We've studied Potter extensively, said Not Senior, his voice clinical. The boy has a weakness for saving people. Once bound to you, he won't be able to resist the compulsion to protect you. Through you, he will protect us all. Draco stood in the corner, his face a careful mask. He had argued against this plan, suggesting instead that they flee to France or Romania. But the elder Malfoy would not hear of exile. Better to control the boy who lived than to slink away in defeat. And so here they stood, preparing dark magic that would chain Pansy to their greatest enemy. He's coming, whispered the 5th figure, Augustus Rookwood, once an unspeakable, now a fugitive whose knowledge of ancient magics had made this ritual possible. I feel the wards shifting. The group tensed. Pansy's heart hammered against her ribs. They had lured Potter here with a false message about a child in danger, playing perfectly to the hero complex Not had identified. Only when the ritual was complete would he understand the trap. Take your place, Pansy, her father commanded, gesturing to the altar. Her legs moved without her permission. This was madness. This would never work. Potter would kill them all, and her along with them. Yet even as these thoughts raced through her mind, she found herself lying on the cold stone, arms outstretched in supplication to dark forces she had been raised to revere but had never truly understood. The chanting grew louder. Above her, a small vial of silvery liquid hovered, unicorn blood freely given, the rarest of magical substances, collected from an ancient beast that had died naturally after centuries of life. The centerpiece of the ritual, representing purity to be corrupted, loyalty to be twisted. The dungeon door exploded inward in a shower of splinters. I got your message, Harry Potter said, wand extended, eyes darting to take in the scene. Where's the... His words died as the trap sprung. 5 wands flicked simultaneously, and glowing chains of magic erupted from the floor, wrapping around Potter's ankles and wrists. He fought immediately, his magic surging visibly around him, far stronger than Pansy remembered from school. The chain strained but held. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice controlled despite his obvious fury. The war had changed him, Pansy realized. The bumbling schoolboy was gone, replaced by a hardened fighter whose green eyes calculated even as they blazed with anger. "Your future, Potter," Lucius said with cold satisfaction. "Your destiny." Rookwood began the incantation, his voice rising and falling in undulating waves of ancient syllables. The air thickened further, pressing against Pansy's skin like a physical weight. She tried to turn her head to see Potter's face but found herself immobilized, the ritual taking hold. "You need a willing participant for binding magic," Potter said, still struggling. Even now, he was thinking, analyzing. "Whatever you're attempting won't work." "Not willing," her father corrected with a thin smile. "Blood-bound. Pansy is ours to offer. Her willingness is irrelevant." A flash of something, pity, crossed Potter's face as his eyes met hers. Pansy felt a surge of hatred. She didn't want his pity. She wanted none of this. "Begin," Rookwood commanded. Her father approached, drawing a ceremonial dagger across his own palm. The blood dripped onto Pansy's forehead, warm and sticky. Blood of the father, binding the daughter. Her mother stepped forward next, repeating the action. Blood of the mother, offering the daughter. One by one, the others contributed, blood of allies, sealing the covenant. Rookwood floated the unicorn blood above Potter, who renewed his struggles. "Stop this," he shouted. "You don't understand what you're doing." "Oh, but we do," Rookwood whispered, his eyes gleaming with fanatical light. The boy who lived, bound forever to serve the cause he defeated. Poetic, isn't it? With a single word, he sent the unicorn blood splashing onto Potter's head. At the same moment, Pansy felt a searing pain in her chest, as though a hook had lodged beneath her ribs and was pulling her toward Potter. The magic built, swirling around them both in visible tendrils of silver and green. Nuptialis Imperium, the 5 wizards intoned together. The pain intensified. Pansy couldn't breathe, couldn't think. She was being torn apart and reconstructed, molecule by molecule. Through watering eyes, she saw Potter's face contorted in similar agony. Then, without warning, something changed. The magic, which had been flowing into Potter, suddenly reversed direction. Pansy felt it slam into her with the force of a bludger, filling every part of her with blazing light. Not the dark, controlling magic they had intended, but something else entirely. "Something's wrong," Rookwood hissed, panic edging his voice. "The boy's magic is fighting back." "Control it," her father snapped. "I can't." Rookwood raised his wand, attempting to redirect the flow, but the magic had taken on a life of its own. Through the haze of pain, Pansy heard Potter speaking, not shouting spells, but whispering something that sounded almost like song. Ancient words, different from Rookwood's but somehow complementary. As if he recognized the ritual and was altering it. The pain peaked, then suddenly vanished. The magical chains binding Potter dissolved like mist. The 5 wizards stumbled back as a shockwave of pure energy emanated from the spot where Harry stood. "What have you done?" Lucius demanded, his aristocratic composure finally cracking. Potter didn't answer. He was staring at Pansy, his expression unreadable. She felt it then, a connection, a thread binding them together. Not the controlling bond her family had intended, but something, mutual. "It's complete," Rookwood said, his voice hollow with disbelief. "But not as we planned. They are bound, but..." "But what?" her father snapped. Before Rookwood could answer, the dungeon door burst open again. This time, a team of Aurors poured in, led by the towering form of Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Harry Potter," Kingsley said, his deep voice resonant with concern. "Are you injured? We received your Patronus." "I'm fine," Potter said, his eyes never leaving Pansy's. But I think you'll find these gentlemen are in violation of several laws regarding forbidden rituals. The next minutes passed in a blur. Her father and the others were disarmed and bound. Her mother wept silently in the corner. Aurors moved efficiently through the space, collecting evidence, documenting the ritual components. Pansy remained on the altar, unable to move, feeling as though she'd been hollowed out and filled with something foreign. "What about her?" one of the Aurors asked, gesturing toward Pansy with his wand. Potter hesitated. "She's..." He touched his chest, fingers splayed over his heart, exactly where Pansy felt the strange pulling sensation centered in her own body. "She's with me." "She was part of this, Harry," the Auror argued. "No," Potter said firmly. "She was their victim, not their accomplice. I can feel it." He approached the altar slowly, extending his hand. "Can you stand?" Pansy stared at his hand, hating him, hating herself, hating the bizarre impulse she suddenly felt to accept his help. "Don't touch me, Potter," she spat. A flicker of amusement crossed his face. "That might be difficult, considering." "Considering what?" she demanded, pushing herself upright without his assistance. "Considering we're apparently married now." The ministry holding cell was cold and bare, with only a narrow bench along one wall. Pansy sat rigid, hands clasped in her lap to hide their trembling. Across from her, Potter paced, occasionally running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "They're questioning your father and the others," he said, breaking the silence that had stretched between them since they'd been escorted from the dungeon. "Kingsley wants to talk to us next, but he's giving us a moment to process." Pansy gave a bitter laugh. "Process? What exactly am I supposed to be processing, Potter? That my family just sold me to their enemy? That I'm now magically shackled to you? Or that I'll likely be joining them in Azkaban despite your heroic declaration that I'm a victim?" Potter stopped pacing and studied her, his green eyes unsettlingly perceptive. "You didn't know what they were planning. It wasn't a question." Pansy looked away. "I knew they wanted me to get close to you. I didn't know about the ritual until today." "They're desperate," Potter said quietly. "They've lost everything, and they thought they could use you to regain control. Don't pretend to understand my family, Potter. I understand desperation." He resumed pacing. "What I don't understand is what went wrong with their ritual." Pansy had been wondering the same thing. She could feel the bond between them, a constant awareness of Potter's presence, like a compass needle pointing inevitably in his direction. But it felt nothing like the controlling influence her father had described. "Maybe the great Harry Potter is just too pure for dark magic," she said sarcastically. He snorted. "Hardly. But I've had experience with soul magic." Pansy stiffened. "Soul magic? That's not what they were attempting. Wasn't it? Marriage bonds, real ones, not the kind arranged by contracts, touched the soul." He stopped directly in front of her. "When I felt the magic taking shape, I recognized elements from old protective enchantments. The ones that saved me as a baby. So you what, hijacked our ritual?" "I guided it." He shrugged. "Instinctively. Instead of them controlling me through you, the magic created something else." Pansy stood abruptly, needing to be on equal footing with him. "What exactly did it create, Potter? Because I can feel you in my head, and I want you out." "Not in your head," he corrected, tapping his chest. "Here. And it's mutual, Parkinson. I feel you too." They stared at each other, acknowledging the strange awareness that hummed between them. Pansy could sense his emotions, a complex tangle of concern, confusion, and wariness. "The question," Potter continued, "is what we do now." The cell door opened before she could respond. Kingsley Shacklebolt entered, his face grave. "Harry," he acknowledged with a nod. "Ms. Parkinson. I need to understand exactly what occurred in that dungeon. They attempted a forced marriage ritual to control me through Parkinson, Potter stated flatly. It backfired. Backfired how? Kingsley asked. Potter glanced at Pansy. Instead of creating a one-way control bond, it created a mutual connection. I can sense her emotions, her general well-being. I assume she can do the same with me. Pansy nodded stiffly. Kingsley sighed heavily. Our experts are examining the ritual components, but preliminary findings suggest this is a permanent binding. Marriage in both magical and legal terms. The words hit Pansy like a physical blow. Permanent. She was permanently tied to Harry Potter. That's not possible, she said, her voice rising. There must be a way to reverse it. We'll keep looking, Kingsley promised. But soul magic is notoriously difficult to undo without causing grave harm to both parties. Potter ran a hand through his hair again, a gesture Pansy was already beginning to recognize as a sign of his frustration. What charges are being filed? Against Ms. Parkinson? Kingsley glanced at her. None, at the moment. The evidence suggests she was an unwilling participant. But we'll need her testimony against the others. I can't testify against my family, Pansy said immediately. You can and you will, Potter countered, surprising her with his vehemence. They were willing to sacrifice you, Parkinson. They treated you as a tool, not a daughter. The truth of his words stung. Through their new connection, Pansy felt his genuine indignation on her behalf. It was disorienting. What happens to her now? Potter asked Kingsley. The Auror's expression turned grim. That's complicated. Ms. Parkinson's family assets will likely be frozen during the investigation. Her home is currently a crime scene. So she has nowhere to go, Potter concluded. Pansy's stomach dropped. She hadn't considered the practical implications. Where would she live? How would she support herself? Her entire life had been defined by her family's wealth and position. I have a house, Potter said suddenly. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. It's under the Fidelius charm, completely secure. Pansy stared at him in disbelief. You can't possibly be suggesting, you're my wife, he interrupted, the word strange and awkward on his tongue. According to magic, at least. And while we figure this out, you need somewhere safe to stay. I am not living with you, Potter, she said through gritted teeth. He turned to face her fully. Look, Parkinson, neither of us wanted this. But we're stuck with it for now. And whether you like it or not, there are people who will be very unhappy about this development, on both sides. Together, we're safer. He's right, Kingsley confirmed. This news will spread quickly. There are still Death Eater sympathizers who would see you as a traitor, and others who might view you as a continuing threat to Harry. Trapped. Again. Pansy felt hysteria bubbling up inside her and ruthlessly suppressed it. Fine, she bit out. Temporarily. Potter nodded once, as if the matter were settled. We'll need to get her cleared to leave, gather whatever she needs from her home, Harry, Kingsley interrupted gently. There's something else you should know. The ritual they used, Nuptialis Imperium, it's not just a marriage bond. According to our experts, it creates a dependency. What kind of dependency? Pansy asked sharply. Kingsley looked uncomfortable. The original purpose was to ensure the controlled party couldn't stray far from the controller. In this case, with the ritual altered, it may affect you both. You'll need to remain in relatively close proximity, especially in these first days while the bond stabilizes. How close? Potter demanded. We're not sure. But separation could cause increasing discomfort, possibly pain. Pansy closed her eyes, willing this nightmare to end. Not only was she magically married to Harry Potter, but she couldn't even walk away from him without suffering for it. Let's deal with that when we come to it, Potter said pragmatically. For now, we focus on getting somewhere secure where we can figure this out. When she opened her eyes, he was watching her with an unreadable expression. I don't need your pity, Potter, she said coldly. Good, because I'm not offering it. His voice was equally cool. What I'm offering is a practical solution to a problem neither of us created. You can take it or spend the night in ministry custody while they decide what to do with you. Put like that, her options were clear. When do we leave? Number 12 Grimmauld Place emerged from between its neighboring buildings like a reluctant secret, dark and foreboding against the evening sky. Pansy clutched the small bag containing the few possessions the Aurors had allowed her to collect from her family home. Everything else remained sealed as evidence. It's not much, Potter said as he tapped his wand against the door, dismantling temporary wards. But it's safe. The door swung open to reveal a dimly lit hallway. Pansy followed him inside, wrinkling her nose at the musty smell that permeated the air. Creature! Potter called. With a crack, an ancient house elf appeared, bowing low. Master Harry has returned with. The elf's eyes widened as he took in Pansy. A bride? Not exactly, Potter said quickly. It's complicated, creature. Ms. Parkinson will be staying with us for a while. Could you prepare the second bedroom on the third floor? The elf's eyes narrowed suspiciously, but he bowed again. As master wishes. He disappeared with another crack. Charming, Pansy muttered. He grows on you, Potter replied, leading her down the hallway. Kitchen's this way. You must be hungry. She was, but she'd rather starve than admit it. The kitchen, when they reached it, was surprisingly warm and clean compared to the rest of the house she'd glimpsed. Potter gestured for her to sit at the long wooden table while he rummaged through cupboards. I'm not much of a cook, he admitted. But I can manage tea and sandwiches. Pansy sat stiffly, taking in her surroundings. This is a Black family home, she realized aloud, recognizing the family crest engraved on the silverware. My godfather's house, Potter confirmed. He left it to me. Sirius Black. Mother's cousin, Pansy said. Pureblood families kept meticulous track of their connections, even to disowned members. Potter placed a steaming mug of tea before her. You knew him? Of him, she corrected. The family traitor who sided with Dumbledore. His jaw tightened. He was a good man. Pansy didn't argue. She wrapped her hands around the warm mug, suddenly aware of how cold her fingers were, how cold she felt all over, as if she'd never be warm again. Your friends will be thrilled about this development, she said after a moment of uncomfortable silence. Potter grimaced as he assembled sandwiches. I should probably tell them before they read about it in the Prophet. Which reminds me. He withdrew his wand and cast his Patronus, a magnificent stag that filled the kitchen with silvery light. To Ron and Hermione, something's happened. Come to Grimmauld Place tomorrow morning. It's complicated but I'm fine. The stag bounded away, passing through the wall like mist. Sending a Patronus just to arrange a social call. Showing off, Potter. He didn't rise to the bait. Quickest way to reach them securely. He slid a plate with a sandwich toward her. Eat. Then I'll show you to your room. They ate in silence. Pansy was too proud to admit the simple food was exactly what she needed. Through their bond, she sensed Potter's exhaustion, mirroring her own. After they'd finished, he led her up several flights of stairs to a bedroom that Creature had hastily prepared. It was sparsely furnished but clean, with a four-poster bed and heavy curtains. Bathrooms across the hall, Potter said, hovering awkwardly in the doorway. I'm one floor down if you need anything. Pansy set her bag on the bed. I won't. He nodded, unsurprised by her hostility. We should talk in the morning. About what this means, what we're going to do. There's nothing to talk about. We find a way to break this bond, and then we never see each other again. It won't be that simple. His voice was quiet but certain. You felt what Kingsley said about the dependency. And there's the legal aspect, in the eyes of wizard law, we're married. A technicality that can be overcome, she insisted. Potter studied her for a long moment. Get some rest, Parkinson. Tomorrow will be complicated enough without adding exhaustion to the mix. He left, closing the door softly behind him. Pansy waited until his footsteps faded before sinking onto the edge of the bed, finally allowing the tears she'd been holding back all day to fall. Her life as she knew it was over. Her family had betrayed her in the most fundamental way possible. And now she was bound to Harry Potter, living in his house, dependent on his charity, magically connected to him in ways she didn't understand. Through the bond, she felt a gentle pulse of, what was that? Comfort. Was Potter trying to comfort her through their connection? The idea was so absurd, so unwelcome, that it only made her cry harder. Eventually, exhaustion won out over misery. Pansy curled up on the unfamiliar bed, still fully dressed, and fell into a troubled sleep filled with dreams of silver chains binding her to a pair of emerald green eyes. She woke disoriented, sunlight streaming through unfamiliar curtains. For a blissful moment, Pansy forgot where she was and why. Then the events of the previous day crashed back, and she groaned, burying her face in the pillow. A soft knock at the door made her sit up abruptly. What? She called sharply. It's nearly 10, came Potter's voice. Hermione and Ron will be here soon. There's breakfast downstairs if you want it. Pansy listened to his retreating footsteps, then dragged herself out of bed. Her clothes were rumpled from sleeping in them, and she had no others except the few items in her bag. A quick inspection of the wardrobe revealed it empty save for mothballs and dust. After making use of the bathroom, ancient but functional, she reluctantly made her way downstairs, following the scent of coffee in the sound of voices. She paused outside the kitchen door, hearing Potter's low murmur punctuated by Creature's croaking responses. Steeling herself, she entered. Potter looked up from his coffee, his hair even more chaotic than usual. Morning, he said cautiously. Sleep all right? Wonderfully, she lied. Nothing like being forcibly married and exiled from your home to ensure restful slumber. His lips twitched. Creature can make you coffee or tea. The old elf eyed her suspiciously. Would mistress prefer? I am not mistress anything, Pansy interrupted sharply. An awkward silence fell. Potter sipped his coffee, watching her over the rim of his mug. Technically, as my wife, you are mistress of this house. The word wife hit her like a slap. Stop saying that. Saying what? Wife. That's what you are, Parkinson. Magically, legally. We can't change it by pretending it isn't real. We can change it by finding a counterspell, she insisted, finally sitting down at the table and allowing Creature to pour her coffee. Your friend Granger is supposed to be brilliant, isn't she? Put her on it. Potter's expression darkened. Hermione will help, but soul magic isn't something to be tampered with lightly. If we rush this and get it wrong, what? What's the worst that could happen, Potter? We die. Right now, that doesn't seem so terrible compared to being chained to you for life. She regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth. Not because they hurt him, she didn't care about that, but because they revealed too much of her own desperation. Potter set his mug down with deliberate care. I know you're angry. You have every right to be. But I'm not the enemy here, Parkinson. I didn't want this any more than you did. Before she could respond, the fireplace in the kitchen flared green, and Hermione Granger stepped out, brushing soot from her practical robes. Her eyes widened at the sight of Pansy sitting at the table. Harry. What's? The fire flared again, and Ron Weasley emerged, nearly colliding with Granger. Bloody hell, he exclaimed, spotting Pansy. What's she doing here? That's what I needed to talk to you about, Potter said, rising. It's complicated. You said that in your message, Granger said, her gaze flicking between Potter and Pansy with obvious concern. Harry, what's going on? Potter took a deep breath. Yesterday, I received a message about a child in danger. It was a trap set by remaining Death Eaters. They performed a ritual, a forced marriage ritual. Pansy interrupted, unwilling to let him control the narrative. My family and others thought they could use me to control the great Harry Potter. It didn't work as planned, but now we're magically bound together. Happy wedding day to us. Weasley's face went from shocked to furious in the span of seconds. That's dark magic. They can't, they did, Potter cut in. And now we have to deal with it. Granger, ever practical, had already moved past shock to analysis. What kind of bond exactly? What were the components of the ritual? Nuptialis Imperium, Pansy supplied. Granger's sharp intake of breath confirmed she recognized the term. That's ancient magic, Harry. Outlawed centuries ago. Yeah, well, desperate Death Eaters aren't big on legal niceties, Potter said grimly. The Ministry's experts are looking into it, but they don't seem optimistic about reversing it easily. You can feel each other? Granger asked, her academic curiosity visibly overwhelming her personal discomfort. Emotions? Thoughts? Emotions, yes, Potter confirmed. Not thoughts, thank Merlin. Pansy remained silent, letting him explain the strange awareness that hummed between them. She didn't need to participate, she could feel his discomfort and determination through the bond as clearly as if they were her own emotions. And the dependency aspect? Granger pressed. Nuptialis Imperium is notorious for creating a proximity requirement. Potter glanced at Pansy. We haven't tested it yet. But Kingsley warned us it could be unpleasant if we're separated. Weasley, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. So you're saying you have to live with Parkinson? The girl who wanted to hand you over to Voldemort? Pansy flinched at the name but kept her expression neutral. Believe me, Weasley, I'm no happier about the arrangement than you are. You'll stay here, Granger said decisively, as if the matter were settled. It's secure, and you can figure out next steps. Speaking of which. She turned to Potter. The Prophet will get hold of this story soon. You need to control the narrative before rumors start flying. Potter groaned. I hate dealing with the press. Nevertheless, Granger insisted. A simple statement through Kingsley might be best. Acknowledging the forced ritual, explaining that you're working with the Ministry to understand the implications, and requesting privacy. And what about her family? Weasley asked, jerking his head toward Pansy as if she weren't present. They should be in Azkaban for this. They likely will be, Potter said. But that's for the Wisengamot to decide. Pansy's hands tightened around her coffee mug. They're still my family, she said quietly. Despite everything. An uncomfortable silence fell. Pansy could feel Potter's eyes on her, sense his conflicted emotions, anger at what had been done to them both, but also a strange empathy that she resented deeply. We should go to the Ministry, Granger finally said. Talk to the experts directly, see what they've learned about the ritual. Potter nodded. Will you be all right here for a few hours? He asked Pansy. I don't know how the dependency will affect us if we're separated, but I'm not an invalid, Potter. Go. He hesitated, then stood. Creature will be here if you need anything. I shouldn't be long. Pansy watched the trio leave through the flue, not missing the concerned glances Granger and Weasley cast back at her. When they were gone, she exhaled slowly, relaxing for the first time since waking. Alone in the cavernous kitchen, she allowed herself to truly examine the bond for the first time. It felt like a silver thread connecting her heart to Potter's, warm, pulsing with his distinctive magic. Even now, with him gone, she could sense him at a distance, like the awareness of a limb that's just out of sight. Curious, she prodded at the bond mentally, wondering if she could send a deliberate emotion through it. Concentrating, she projected a wave of annoyance in his direction. Almost immediately, she felt a startled response, he'd felt it. A moment later, something else flowed back through the connection, calm reassurance, tinged with exasperation. Pansy snorted. Even through a magical bond, Potter couldn't help being sanctimonious. She stood, suddenly restless. This was her chance to explore the house without Potter hovering. Perhaps there was something here, some Black family artifact or book, that could help her understand or break this unwanted bond. The house revealed itself to be a gloomy, decaying monument to pure-blood history. Pansy ran her fingers along dusty display cases filled with dark artifacts, some of which she recognized from her own family's collections. The Black family had been even more devoted to blood purity than the Parkinsons, judging by the house's decor. In what appeared to be a study, she found a bookshelf filled with ancient tomes. Many were in languages she didn't recognize, but some were in archaic English. She selected one titled, Bindings of Blood and Soul, and settled into a faded armchair to read. The text was dense and difficult, but Pansy had always been more academically capable than she let on at Hogwarts. She had maintained a careful persona there, the shallow, mean-spirited follower of Draco Malfoy, because it was safer than revealing her true intellect in a house that valued cunning over wisdom. Hours passed as she absorbed information about various magical bonds. The book referenced Nuptialis Imperium only briefly, noting its unbreakable nature and regrettable history of abuse. Not encouraging. A sudden sharp pain in her chest made her gasp and drop the book. It felt as if the silver thread connecting her to Potter was being pulled taut, stretching beyond endurance. The proximity requirement, she realized. He had gone too far. Clutching her chest, Pansy made her way back to the kitchen, hoping that reducing the distance even slightly might ease the discomfort. It didn't. If anything, the pain intensified with each passing minute, spreading from her chest to her limbs, making her fingers tingle with the beginnings of numbness. Through the bond, she felt Potter's answering pain, and his growing alarm. He was returning, she could sense him drawing nearer, but not quickly enough. Black spots danced at the edges of her vision. Just as she thought she might pass out, the fireplace flared green, and Potter stumbled out, his face ashen. The moment he entered the room, the pain subsided dramatically, leaving behind a dull ache and residual trembling. That was. He began, breathing heavily. Unpleasant, she finished, unwilling to admit how terrifying the experience had been. Potter collapsed into a chair opposite her, visibly shaken. We made it to the Department of Mysteries before it hit. Hermione's still there, researching. Ron's gone to inform Kingsley about the range limitations. How far did you get? Pansy asked, her analytical mind already calculating. About 3 miles, according to Hermione's estimation. That's our boundary, then. 3 miles before incapacitating pain. Pansy laughed hollowly. I'm a prisoner in more ways than one. Potter frowned. You're not a prisoner, Parkinson. No. I can't go home. I can't leave this house without you. I'm dependent on you for everything from food to legal protection. What would you call it? He had no answer for that. Instead, he asked, what were you doing while I was gone? Looking for a way out of this mess, she admitted. Your family library has some interesting volumes on soul bonds. Potter looked surprised, then thoughtful. Find anything useful? Only confirmation that we're thoroughly trapped. She massaged her temples, fighting an oncoming headache. The book described Nuptialis Imperium as unbreakable. Nothing's unbreakable, Potter said with characteristic Gryffindor optimism. We just haven't found the right approach yet. Pansy wanted to snap at him, to tell him his nauseating positivity was wasted on her. But she was too drained from the separation pain to summon the necessary venom. Instead, she asked, what did your ministry friends have to say? Not much we didn't already know. The ritual is ancient, rarely documented. It was designed to ensure absolute control over powerful individuals through a spouse who could be more easily manipulated. His expression darkened. It was originally used to control magical creatures with human forms, Vila, Selkies. And now me, Pansy said bitterly. And me, Potter corrected. Whatever your family intended, that's not what happened. This bond is mutual. They sat in silence for a moment, each contemplating the bizarre situation they found themselves in. The prophet got wind of the story, Potter finally said. It'll be in tomorrow's edition. Pansy closed her eyes briefly. Wonderful. I can't wait to read about how I entrapped the chosen one. Kingsley's putting out an official statement explaining the circumstances. It won't stop the gossip, but at least the facts will be on record. The facts, Pansy repeated flatly. That my family performed illegal dark magic to force me to marry you, but instead of controlling you, we ended up stuck with a mutual bond that keeps us tethered within 3 miles of each other. Yes, I'm sure that will go over splendidly with your adoring public. Potter's frustration spiked through the bond. I don't care what the public thinks, Parkinson. I care about figuring this out so we can both get on with our lives. Easy for you to say. Your life hasn't been destroyed. The moment the words left her mouth, Pansy knew they were unfair. Potter's entire existence had been shaped by unwanted magical bonds and prophecies. To his credit, he didn't remind her of this. He simply said, "We'll find a solution. In the meantime, we need to establish some ground rules for living together." Pansy's lip curled. Such as, I won't enter your bedroom without permission. You're welcome to use any part of the house except my room. Creature can get you whatever you need, clothes, toiletries, books. He hesitated. And I'd appreciate if you'd stop broadcasting deliberate waves of annoyance through our bond. It's distracting. Pansy blinked, surprised he'd noticed her experiment earlier. I'll consider it, she said coolly. Also, he continued, we should establish a signal for when one of us needs to go somewhere. A way to let the other know without it becoming a big discussion every time. You mean, a way for you to let me know when you're dragging me along on your heroic errands? Potter sighed heavily. I mean a way for us both to maintain some independence while respecting the limitations we're under. It was reasonable, which only irritated Pansy more. She hated that Potter was being rational and accommodating when she wanted someone to rage against. Fine, she conceded. A signal. And separate bedrooms. And you get me proper clothes because I refuse to live in transfigured outfits. Done, he said simply. Anything else? Pansy considered. Yes. I want to see Draco. Potter tensed visibly. Malfoy? Why? Because he's my friend, she said. Because he's the only one who tried to stop this ritual. Because I need to speak to someone who isn't you or your sanctimonious Gryffindor friends. She expected an argument, but Potter merely nodded. I'll arrange it. But he comes here, where it's secure. Another concession. Pansy found herself unsettled by his reasonableness. It was easier when he acted the way she expected, arrogant, self-righteous. This thoughtful consideration didn't fit the narrative she'd constructed of him. Thank you, she said stiffly, the words unfamiliar on her tongue. Potter looked as surprised to hear them as she was to say them. You're welcome, he replied after a moment. Now, are you hungry? Creature can make lunch. Pansy was about to refuse out of habit, but her stomach growled audibly. I suppose I could eat, she admitted. Potter called for Creature, and soon they were eating a surprisingly decent meal of soup and fresh bread. They ate in awkward silence, but it was less hostile than before, a truce of sorts, forced by circumstance. Tomorrow will be difficult, Potter said as they finished. Once the prophet publishes the story. I'm used to being vilified in the press, Pansy said, trying to sound unconcerned. Though usually for better reasons than being magically enslaved to Harry Potter. You're not enslaved, he said sharply. Neither of us is. We're both victims in this. Pansy studied him across the table. You really believe that, don't you? That we're equals in this disaster. Aren't we? He met her gaze directly. Neither of us wanted this. Both of us are bound by it. Both of us will have to work together to fix it. Except you get to be the heroic victim, while I'm the Death Eater's daughter who trapped you. Potter's expression hardened. I don't control what people think, Parkinson. But I know the truth, and I'll make sure it's heard. Through the bond, Pansy felt his sincerity, his genuine desire for fairness even toward someone who had never shown him anything but contempt. It was disconcerting. Why are you being so decent about this? She asked before she could stop herself. Potter seemed taken aback by the question. What's the alternative? Being cruel to you won't help either of us. It was such a simple answer, yet it revealed so much about the fundamental difference between them. Pansy had been raised to believe power came from exploiting weakness, from using advantage to control others. Potter, despite his difficult life, or perhaps because of it, saw strength in decency. You're a very strange person, Potter, she said finally. A hint of a smile tugged at his lips. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment. Despite herself, Pansy felt an answering smile threaten to emerge. She suppressed it ruthlessly. This wasn't friendship. This was survival. She would tolerate Potter's presence until they found a way to break this bond, and then she would rebuild her life far from his insufferable nobility. I'm going back to the library, she announced, standing. There might be something useful in those books. Potter nodded. I'll be in the drawing room if you need me. Hermione's sending over some research materials later. They parted ways, each retreating to separate corners of the house while remaining within the invisible boundary that kept them tethered together. Pansy tried to focus on the ancient text before her, but her mind kept returning to the puzzle that was Harry Potter. He wasn't what she had expected. Not entirely. And that unsettled her more than she cared to admit. The Daily Prophet arrived the next morning with the subtlety of a bludger to the face. Boy WHO lived magically wed to Death Eater's daughter, screamed the headline, accompanied by a photo of Pansy from the Yule Ball years ago, alongside a more recent image of Potter. Charming, Pansy said acidly, scanning the article over Potter's shoulder as he read at the kitchen table. Ah, I see. I conspired with dark forces to ensnare the unwitting hero. Fascinating, given that I was literally strapped to an altar at the time. Potter tossed the paper aside in disgust. The ministry's statement is buried on page 4. They barely mention that you were a victim too. Did you expect anything else? I'm a Slytherin. You're the chosen one. It's an easy narrative. It's wrong, he insisted. And I'm going to set it right. Pansy raised an eyebrow. How? By giving an exclusive interview declaring your undying affection for your unwanted bride? If necessary, Potter said, with such seriousness that Pansy was momentarily speechless. Before she could formulate a response, the fireplace flared, and Draco Malfoy stepped through. He looked terrible, pale and drawn, with dark circles under his eyes. Pansy, he said, relief evident in his voice. You're all right. Define all right, she replied, but moved to embrace him nonetheless. It felt good to see a friendly face, even one as haggard as Draco's. He held her at arm's length, examining her as if searching for injuries. When Father was arrested, I feared the worst. They wouldn't tell me where you were. Potter's been. She hesitated, searching for the right word. Accommodating. Draco's gaze shifted to Potter, who had risen from the table but maintained a respectful distance. Potter, he acknowledged stiffly. Malfoy. Potter's tone was equally cool. Would you like tea? The normalcy of the offer in such abnormal circumstances struck Pansy as absurdly funny. A laugh bubbled up before she could stop it. Both men stared at her in confusion. Sorry, she said, regaining control. It's just tea. As if we're having a normal social call instead of discussing my forced magical marriage. Draco's expression darkened. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Father said they would simply create a one-way influence bond. Not, whatever this is. A mutual soul bond, Potter supplied. Created when the ritual interacted with existing protective magic. My mother's protection, Pansy realized suddenly, remembering what Potter had told her about recognizing elements from the magic that had saved him as a baby. Your mother died to protect you, and that magic is still active. Potter nodded. In a way. It's part of me now. And when your family tried to impose control through a marriage bond, that protective magic, adapted. Instead of them controlling me through you, it created a protective bond between us. Draco sank into a chair, looking ill. Father never mentioned that possibility. Rookwood assured him the ritual was foolproof. Rookwood is a fool, Pansy said sharply. And now he and the rest of them are in Azkaban while I'm stuck with the consequences. Not just Rookwood, Draco said quietly. They've arrested Mother as well, though she wasn't even there. Guilty by association. Pansy felt a pang of sympathy. Narcissa Malfoy had always been kind to her, treating her like the daughter she never had. I'm sorry, Draco. It's not your fault. He glanced at Potter. What happens now? Potter ran a hand through his unruly hair. We're researching ways to break or modify the bond. In the meantime, we've discovered we can't be separated by more than 3 miles without severe pain. Draco's eyes widened. 3 miles? That's all. You're essentially chained to each other. Trust me, we're aware, Pansy said dryly. You could come to the manor, Draco offered. It's empty now except for the elves. You'd have more space, more privacy. Potter shook his head. Grimmauld Place is under the Fidelius charm. It's safer here, especially with the press and public reaction we're likely to face. Pansy was surprised to find herself agreeing with Potter. The manor held too many memories, too many ghosts. And it was no longer the sanctuary it had once been, not after serving as headquarters for the Dark Lord. He's right, she told Draco. This is better for now. Draco looked between them, a strange expression crossing his face. You two are, getting along. We're tolerating each other, Pansy corrected. Out of necessity. Potter said nothing, but Pansy felt a flicker of amusement through their bond. He found her denial entertaining, which only irritated her further. What about you? She asked Draco. Will you be all right? He attempted a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I'm not the one magically married to my school nemesis. I'll manage. They talked for another hour, Draco bringing her up to speed on the reactions within their social circle. Most of their friends were shocked, some suspicious that Pansy had somehow arranged the situation for advantage. Blaise Zabini had apparently defended her vigorously, pointing out that she would rather eat glass than marry Potter voluntarily. Potter remained present but unobtrusive during their conversation, occasionally adding relevant information but mostly giving them space. Pansy found his consideration annoying. It would be easier to hate him if he acted like the arrogant prat she remembered from school. As Draco prepared to leave, he pulled Pansy aside. Are you sure you're all right here? He asked in a low voice. Potter isn't, taking advantage of the situation. Potter? Pansy couldn't help the scoffing laugh. He's being irritatingly noble about the whole thing. Separate bedrooms, respectful boundaries, the works. Draco still looked concerned. If that changes, or if you need anything at all, send word. I'll find a way to help. Pansy squeezed his hand. I know you will. But I'm fine, really. It wasn't entirely true, but it was what Draco needed to hear. After he left, an awkward silence fell between Pansy and Potter. He cares about you, Potter observed. He's my friend, Pansy said defensively. One of the few I have left, apparently. Potter hesitated, then said, you should write to Zabini. And anyone else who defended you. True friends are worth keeping. The advice was unexpected and uncomfortably perceptive. I don't need relationship advice from Harry Potter. Probably not, he agreed easily. But the offer stands. Pansy changed the subject. Has Granger found anything useful in her research? Potter shook his head. Nothing concrete yet. She's focused on the dependency aspect first, seeing if we can extend the distance between us without triggering the pain. That would at least give us more freedom while we work on breaking the bond entirely. It was a sensible approach. Pansy found herself grudgingly impressed with Granger's practicality. The books I found suggested soul bonds strengthen over time. If that's true, we should test our limits regularly to see if they're changing. Good idea. Potter looked at her with something like respect. You've been researching too. Unlike some, I don't enjoy being magically tethered to my enemy. Are we still enemies, Parkinson? He asked quietly. After everything that's happened? The question caught her off guard. Were they enemies? The war was over. Her side, her family's side, had lost. And now she was bound to the very symbol of that defeat in a way that transcended ordinary animosity. I don't know what we are, she admitted finally. But we're certainly not friends. Potter accepted this with a nod. Fair enough. But we are stuck together, at least for now. It might be easier if we tried for something like a truce. Isn't that what we've been doing? A more active truce, he clarified. One where we actually work together instead of just tolerating each other's presence. Pansy considered this. A strategic alliance rather than forced cohabitation. It was the sort of pragmatic approach any self-respecting Slytherin would approve of. All right, Potter. A truce. For now. He extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, she took it. The contact sent a strange ripple through their bond, not unpleasant, but definitely noticeable. From Potter's slight widening of eyes, he'd felt it too. That was. He began. The bond, she finished, withdrawing her hand quickly. Physical contact probably strengthens it temporarily. Potter nodded, looking thoughtful. That could be useful information for Hermione's research. Or dangerous, Pansy countered. If strengthening the bond makes it harder to break later. They stared at each other, both suddenly aware of the implications. Would every casual touch, every moment of not quite hostility between them make their eventual separation more difficult? The thought was unsettling. We should be careful, Potter said finally. At least until we know more. Pansy agreed silently. Careful. That was the watchword for navigating this bizarre situation. Careful with actions, with words, with the fragile truce they had just established. But as she retreated to the library to continue her research, Pansy couldn't shake the feeling that, careful, might not be enough, not when dealing with magic powerful enough to bind souls together against their will. Days stretched into a week, then two. A routine of sorts established itself in the gloomy confines of Grimmauld Place. Mornings were for research, Potter corresponding with ministry experts and Granger, Pansy delving deeper into the Black family library. Afternoons they spent testing the limits of their bond, methodically increasing the distance between them to map the exact point where discomfort became pain. 3 miles and 20 feet, Potter announced, marking the distance on a chart they had created. That's 5 feet farther than yesterday. Pansy, still catching her breath after their latest separation experiment, nodded. Progress, albeit glacially slow. They were standing in a park several miles from Grimmauld Place. These outings had become necessary not just for testing their bond but for preserving their sanity. 2 weeks of confinement with only each other for company had proven challenging for them both. At this rate, we'll be able to reach opposite ends of London by next century, Potter said, a hint of humor in his voice. Pansy found herself almost smiling. Your optimism is nauseating, Potter. Harry, he said suddenly. What? My name is Harry. If we're going to be bound together indefinitely, calling me Potter seems a bit formal. Pansy stared at him. It was such a small thing, yet it represented a shift in their relationship that she wasn't sure she was ready for. Using his first name implied a familiarity, almost a friendship. "I'll consider it," she said finally. He nodded, accepting her non-commitment. Ready to head back. The walk back to Grimmauld Place was quiet but not uncomfortable. The initial hostility between them had gradually given way to a wary cooperation. They weren't friends, Pansy was adamant about that, but they had developed a rhythm for coexisting. "Any word from your mother?" Potter, Harry, asked as they neared the house. The question was gentle, careful. He knew it was a sensitive subject. Petunia Parkinson had been released from custody after a week, having been deemed a minor participant in the ritual. She had immediately retreated to the Parkinson country estate in Wales, sending Pansy only a brief note to inform her of her whereabouts. "No," Pansy said shortly. "I doubt there will be." Harry didn't press, but she felt his concern through their bond. Over the past weeks, she'd become adept at interpreting the emotions that flowed between them. His concern wasn't pitying, merely compassionate. It was still uncomfortable, but no longer felt like an invasion. Inside Grimmauld Place, they found Hermione Granger waiting in the kitchen, surrounded by stacks of parchment and ancient tomes. "I might have found something," she announced without preamble. Pansy's heart leapt. A way to break the bond. Granger's expression turned apologetic. "Not exactly. But I've been researching the dependency aspect, and I think I understand why the distance is gradually increasing." Harry sat down across from her. "Go on." "The bond is stabilizing," Granger explained, pushing a diagram toward them. "When it was first created, it was raw, volatile. The proximity requirement was a safeguard, like a magical seatbelt, keeping you close while the connection settled. But as it stabilizes, the restriction loosens," Pansy concluded, examining the diagram with interest. It showed a complex network of magical threads connecting two figures, gradually shifting from chaotic entanglement to orderly alignment. "Exactly," Granger confirmed. "The problem is, the more stable the bond becomes, the harder it will be to break," Harry finished, his expression grim. Granger nodded. "I believe we have a window of opportunity before the bond fully matures. After that, attempting to sever it could be catastrophically dangerous for both of you." Pansy felt cold dread settling in her stomach. "How long is this window?" "Based on historical accounts of similar bonds, 3 months from the initial binding. Maybe less." 3 months. They had already used up half that time with incremental progress at best. "So what do we do?" Harry asked, always the pragmatist. Granger hesitated. "There's a ritual. It's complicated. And not without risk." "What kind of risk?" Pansy demanded. "The usual kind when dealing with soul magic," Granger said grimly. "Death, insanity, permanent magical damage." A heavy silence fell over the kitchen. "There must be alternatives," Harry insisted. "I'm still looking," Granger assured him. "But most soul bonds are designed to be permanent. Breaking one is like trying to separate two ingredients after they've been mixed into a potion." Pansy stood abruptly, needing space, air. "I need to think." Without waiting for a response, she left the kitchen, climbing the stairs to her bedroom. She didn't close the door. She'd learned that physical barriers intensified the claustrophobic feeling of the bond, but she needed distance, even the illusion of it. 6 weeks bound to Harry Potter. 6 weeks of gradual adjustment, of learning to navigate each other's presence, of establishing boundaries and routines. And now Granger was suggesting they might remain bound forever, or risk death attempting to separate. A soft knock at the open door interrupted her thoughts. Harry stood there, his expression concerned but respectful of her space. "You okay?" he asked. "What do you think?" Pansy replied, but there was little venom in her voice. She was too tired for genuine hostility. He entered the room cautiously, taking a seat on the desk chair while she remained perched on the edge of the bed. "Hermione's still researching. She'll find a safer method. And if she doesn't? If our choices are death or permanent magical marriage?" Harry ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Pansy had come to recognize as a sign of his frustration. "Then we deal with it." "Deal with it?" Pansy echoed incredulously. "That's your solution? Just accept that we're bound together for life? If the alternative is risking both our lives with dangerous magic, then yes." His voice was firm. "I've had enough of prophecies and destinies and magical bonds controlling my life. But I've also had enough of death." Pansy stared at him, suddenly seeing him with new clarity. Harry Potter, the boy who had faced death repeatedly since childhood. Who had walked willingly to his own execution during the Battle of Hogwarts. Who understood, better than most, the true weight of mortality. "It's not fair," she said, hating how childish the word sounded. "No," he agreed simply. "It's not." They sat in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. "If we can't break it," Pansy finally asked, "what then? We live together forever? Pretend to be a happy couple? Split Grimmauld Place down the middle and ignore each other for the next century?" Harry's lips quirked in a half-smile. "I think we've moved beyond ignoring each other, haven't we? These past weeks haven't been entirely terrible." It was true, though Pansy was reluctant to admit it. Once the initial shock and hostility had faded, they had discovered they could coexist reasonably well. Harry was neater than she had expected, respectful of her privacy, and surprisingly well-read on magical theory. She, in turn, had found herself making efforts to be less antagonistic, more cooperative. "It's one thing to manage for a few weeks," she said. "It's another to contemplate a lifetime." Harry nodded, acknowledging the truth of this. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Hermione hasn't exhausted all possibilities yet." "Your friend has a remarkable faith in books," Pansy observed. "Books and her own intelligence," Harry corrected with genuine affection. "And she's rarely wrong." Another silence fell, more contemplative than awkward. "I was thinking," Harry said eventually, "it might be good for you to get out more. See your friends, do normal things. We can't let this bond define our entire existence." Pansy raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly am I supposed to do that with you constantly in tow? I can hardly go shopping with Daphne Greengrass while Harry Potter trails along like a reluctant husband." "Why not?" he challenged. "I can be discreet. Or you could invite friends here." The offer surprised her. "You'd allow Slytherins into your sacred headquarters?" "It's your home too, for now at least," he said simply. "And the war's over. House divisions seem rather petty after everything that's happened." Pansy studied him, trying to discern his motivation. Through the bond, she felt only sincerity, with perhaps a touch of wistfulness. "You really mean that, don't you?" "Yes," he said. "We can't put our lives on hold while we figure this out. That's letting the ritual win." It was a perspective Pansy hadn't considered. By isolating herself, by treating their situation as a temporary aberration to be endured, she was giving her family's dark magic continued power over her. "I'll think about it," she said finally. Harry nodded, accepting this as the concession it was. He stood to leave, then paused at the door. "For what it's worth, Parkinson. I think you're handling all this remarkably well." The compliment, unexpected and seemingly sincere, left Pansy momentarily speechless. By the time she gathered her thoughts, Harry had gone, leaving her alone with the strange warmth his words had kindled. She reached for the bond automatically, exploring the emotions flowing from his side. There was no deception there, no hidden agenda, only genuine respect and a peculiar kind of cautious optimism. How very like Potter, Harry, to find hope in the most hopeless of situations. Pansy lay back on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Perhaps he was right about not putting their lives on hold. Perhaps it was time to stop treating their bond as a temporary inconvenience and start considering how to build a life around it, even if only for the time it took to find a solution. With that thought in mind, she sat up and reached for parchment and quill. She had letters to write, to Daphne, to Blaise, to Draco. It was time to reclaim some semblance of normalcy, even if that normalcy now included an unwanted husband with perpetually messy hair and an infuriating moral compass. "I still can't believe we're doing this," Harry muttered as they approached the upscale restaurant in Wizarding London. Pansy adjusted the sleeve of her new robes, purchased during an awkward but surprisingly successful shopping expedition with Harry in tow. "You're the one who suggested I resume normal activities." "I was thinking more along the lines of having friends over for tea, not dining at enchantment with half of Slytherin house." Despite his complaint, Pansy could feel that he wasn't genuinely upset. Nervous, yes. Uncertain, definitely. But not angry. It's hardly half the house. Just Draco, Blaise, Daphne, and Theo. 4 of the most judgmental people I've ever met, Harry pointed out. Pansy smirked. "Scared, Potter?" He shot her a look, recognizing the echo of Draco's challenge from their school days. "You wish, Parkinson." The banter felt comfortable, familiar. Over the past 3 weeks, it had now been 9 weeks since the ritual, they had developed an easier rapport. Not friendship, exactly, but a companionable coexistence punctuated by moments of genuine connection. Their research continued, with Granger providing regular updates on potential solutions, none of which had yet proven viable. The distance they could maintain had increased to nearly 4 miles, progress, but not enough for true independence. Meanwhile, as Harry had suggested, they had begun to integrate their unusual situation into something resembling normal life. Harry had returned to limited duties with the Aura department, working mainly on research and analysis that could be done from Grimmauld Place. Pansy had reconnected with friends through letters and the occasional visit, gradually expanding her world beyond the confines of their shared home. Tonight's dinner was her first major social outing, a deliberate statement that she was not hiding in shame over her circumstances. Harry had agreed to accompany her with minimal complaint, understanding the importance of the gesture. "Remember," she said as they reached the restaurant entrance, "you promised to be civil." "I'm always civil," he protested. "And you won't make a scene if Draco says something provocative." "I make no promises if he starts reminiscing about the good old days of Death Eater gatherings." Pansy rolled her eyes. "He wouldn't. And if you'd paid attention to anything beyond your own hero complex at school, you'd know Draco wasn't nearly as devoted to the cause as he pretended to be." Harry had the grace to look slightly abashed. "Fair point. I'll be good." The maitre d' recognized Harry immediately, the famous Harry Potter was hard to miss, and escorted them to a private dining room where the others were already waiting. Draco rose as they entered, his expression carefully neutral. "Potter." "Pansy." The others offered similar greetings, their curiosity barely disguised beneath polite veneers. Pansy felt Harry's discomfort through the bond but also his determination to fulfill his promise of civility. "Thank you for including me," he said as they took their seats, surprising both Pansy and her friends with his sincerity. Blaise Zabini, ever the smooth operator, recovered first. "Well, we could hardly invite Pansy without you, given the circumstances. 3-mile leash and all that." "Blaise," Daphne hissed, elbowing him. "It's fine," Pansy assured her. "We've become quite practical about the whole thing." "Have you?" Theodore not asked, his shrewd eyes moving between them. "The prophet seems to think you're either deeply in love or plotting to kill each other. Sometimes both in the same article." Harry snorted. "The prophet has a tenuous relationship with reality at the best of times." This drew reluctant smiles from around the table. The Daily Prophet's wild speculation about their situation had become a running joke between them, with each day bringing new and increasingly absurd theories about their marriage. "So what is the reality?" Draco asked, his tone carefully neutral. Any progress on breaking the bond? Pansy exchanged a glance with Harry. They had agreed to be honest but not alarming about their situation. Some, Harry said. We can maintain greater distance now, and Hermione's identified several promising avenues for further research. But nothing definitive, Pansy added. These things take time. And in the meantime, you're playing house with Potter, Theo observed, earning another elbow from Daphne. In the meantime, we're adapting, Pansy corrected firmly. I refuse to put my life on indefinite hold while waiting for a solution. The conversation shifted as food arrived, moving to safer topics, gossip about mutual acquaintances, developments in the wizarding world, Draco's efforts to restore the Malfoy name through charitable donations. Pansy watched with interest as Harry gradually relaxed, even contributing meaningfully to discussions about ministry politics and recent Quidditch matches. Her friends, too, seemed to thaw toward him as the evening progressed, their ingrained hostility giving way to cautious curiosity. I have to admit, Potter, Blaise said during dessert, you're less insufferable than I remember from school. High praise indeed, Harry replied dryly. You're exactly as I remember, Zabini. Blaise laughed, genuinely amused. I choose to take that as a compliment. You would, Daphne muttered, but her tone was affectionate. The evening concluded more amicably than Pansy had dared hope. As they prepared to leave, Draco pulled her aside while Harry was engaged in surprisingly civil conversation with Theo about recent changes to Gringotts policy. You seem different, Draco observed quietly. Pansy frowned. Different how? More at ease. Less angry. He glanced toward Harry. Is it possible you're actually adapting to life with Potter? I'm making the best of an impossible situation, she said defensively. Draco's expression remained skeptical. Are you sure that's all it is? Because I've known you since we were children, Pansy, and I've never seen you look at anyone the way you sometimes look at him. And how's that? She demanded. Like he's a puzzle you're actually interested in solving, rather than a problem you want to eliminate. Pansy opened her mouth to deny it, then closed it again. Was that true? Had her attitude toward Harry shifted so dramatically that even Draco could see it? It's complicated, she admitted finally. I imagine it is, Draco said, his tone gentler than she was accustomed to hearing from him. Just, be careful, Pans. Whatever this is, Stockholm Syndrome or genuine connection, remember that it began with coercion and magic. That's not a foundation most relationships can survive. His warning stayed with her as she and Harry made their way home through the cool evening air. Was she developing genuine feelings for Harry Potter? Or was it merely the effect of the bond, creating artificial intimacy where none should exist? Your friends were surprisingly tolerable, Harry commented, breaking into her thoughts. Pansy managed a smile. High praise indeed, Potter. Harry, he corrected mildly. And I mean it. I think Zabini might have almost liked me by the end. Blaise likes anyone who laughs at his jokes. And Malfoy. Draco, he seems different. More thoughtful. Pansy nodded. The war changed us all. Draco perhaps most of all. They walked in companionable silence for a while, the streets growing quieter as they moved away from the restaurant district. What were you and Draco discussing at the end? Harry asked, his tone casual but with an undercurrent of genuine curiosity. Pansy hesitated. He's concerned about me. About this situation. Concerned I'm taking advantage somehow. No. She sighed. Concerned that I'm adapting too well. That I might be confusing the bond with genuine emotion. Harry stopped walking, turning to face her. And are you? The directness of the question took her by breath away. This was the Harry Potter she had glimpsed occasionally during their time together, the one who cut through pretense and faced difficult truths head-on. I don't know, she admitted, more honest than she had intended to be. Everything about this situation is artificial. How can I tell what's real and what's the bond's influence? Harry was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "I've been wondering the same thing. Whether the ease between us is genuine or magical. And what's your conclusion?" "That it's probably both," he said simply. "The bond created a connection, but what we've done with that connection has been our choice." It was a surprisingly nuanced perspective, one that resonated with Pansy's own confused thoughts. The bond had forced them together, yes, but the gradual shift from hostility to understanding had been their own doing, 1,000 small decisions to accommodate rather than antagonize, to communicate rather than assume. "When did you get so insightful, Potter?" she asked, her tone gently mocking to hide her genuine surprise. A smile tugged at his lips. "I've had my moments. They're just usually overshadowed by my reckless charging into danger." "A fair assessment." They resumed walking, but something had shifted between them, an acknowledgement of the uncertain territory they were navigating together. Back at Grimmauld Place, they moved through their evening routine with practiced efficiency. Tea in the kitchen, a brief discussion of plans for the following day, then retreating to their respective spaces, Harry to his study to review Aura reports, Pansy to the library to continue her research. Yet as she sat among the ancient books, Pansy found herself unable to focus. Draco's warning and Harry's honest assessment kept circling in her mind, demanding attention. Was she developing feelings for Harry Potter? And if so, could those feelings be trusted when they had sprung from a forced magical bond? More unsettling still, did it matter? If their time to break the bond was truly limited, if they might be permanently connected, then perhaps the nature of those feelings was less important than the fact of them. Pansy closed the book before her, accepting that no research would be accomplished tonight. Instead, she let herself explore the bond, reaching out with her magical awareness to sense Harry's presence in the house. He was calm, focused, with an undercurrent of the restless energy that seemed intrinsic to his nature. 9 weeks bound together. 9 weeks of gradual adjustment and unexpected discoveries. 9 weeks of learning that Harry Potter was not the person she had believed him to be during their school years, or rather, that he was more complex, more human than the caricature she had constructed. Pansy didn't know what to call the relationship developing between them. It wasn't friendship, exactly, too complicated for that simple label. It certainly wasn't love, she rejected that possibility outright. But it was something. Something unexpected and not entirely unwelcome. And perhaps, for now, that was enough. Chapter 2, House of Serpents. Pansy stared at the gleaming scarlet engine of the Hogwarts Express, smoke billowing around it like memories she couldn't quite grasp. 3 months ago, she would never have imagined returning to school, certainly not as Harry Potter's magically bound wife. "We don't have to do this," Harry said quietly beside her. He stood close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, aware of the stares and whispers surrounding them on platform 9 3/4. "Yes, we do," Pansy replied, keeping her voice steady despite the anxiety churning in her stomach. "McGonagall offered us the chance to complete our education despite everything. I'm not throwing that away because people can't mind their own business." The invitation from the headmistress had arrived unexpectedly 6 weeks after their binding. With the bond seemingly permanent, or at least resistant to all safe methods of breaking it, McGonagall had proposed a solution, special accommodations at Hogwarts allowing them to finish their final year while managing their unique situation. "The staring will get old fast," Harry warned, though his tone held no real objection. He understood why she wanted this, needed this. A chance at normalcy, at qualification for future employment, at something that belonged to her rather than being dictated by circumstance. "I lived through the Dark Lord using my home as headquarters," Pansy said dryly. "I think I can handle some gossip." Harry's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. "Fair point." They moved toward the train, their trunks floating behind them courtesy of Harry's wandless magic, a skill he'd been developing during their months together. Pansy had learned not to show how impressed she was by such casual displays of his power. "Potter. Parkinson." Ron Weasley's voice rose above the crowd. He stood with Granger near the end of the train, waving enthusiastically. "We saved you a compartment." 3 months of cautious interaction had established a tentative truce between Pansy and Harry's friends. Not friendship, there was too much history for that, but a civil coexistence born of shared concern for Harry. "Ready to face the lion's den?" Harry murmured as they approached. Pansy raised an eyebrow. "I think you mean the snake pit. Your friends have been almost tolerable lately." High praise indeed, he echoed her frequent phrase, and Pansy found herself fighting a smile. This easy banter had become commonplace between them, a far cry from their initial hostility. "Harry." Granger embraced him warmly before turning to Pansy with a more reserved but genuine nod. "Pansy. Good to see you both." "Hermione's been organizing prefect schedules already," Weasley said with fond exasperation. "We haven't even left the station." Pansy wasn't surprised. In their correspondence about the bond, she'd discovered Granger's obsessive organizational tendencies firsthand. "Some of us like to be prepared, Ron," Granger sniffed, leading them toward their compartment. As they settled into their seats, Harry and Pansy on one side, Ron and Hermione on the other, Pansy felt the familiar tug of the bond adjusting to their proximity. Over the months, they'd learned to manage it, to find the optimal distance for mutual comfort. Not too close, which could intensify the connection uncomfortably, but not too distant either. The train lurched forward, and with it came the distinct feeling of leaving one life behind and moving toward another. Pansy gazed out the window, watching London slide away, conscious of the 3 Gryffindors discussing the upcoming term. "McGonagall's had quarters prepared for you near the room of requirement," Granger was explaining. "You'll technically be affiliated with your original houses, but with special dispensation for your situation." "Has she mentioned how classes will work?" Harry asked. "We can't exactly be in separate classrooms." "Joint schedule," Granger confirmed. "You'll take classes together regardless of house division." Pansy turned from the window. "And where exactly will we sit during meals? At the professor's table? Or shall we alternate between Slytherin and Gryffindor to ensure everyone's equally uncomfortable?" Weasley snorted, surprising her. "McGonagall set up a small table between the houses. Neutral territory." "How diplomatic," Pansy murmured. "It's going to be strange enough without making spectacles of ourselves at mealtimes," Harry pointed out reasonably. The conversation shifted to safer topics, curriculum changes, who had returned for their final year, speculation about the new defense against the dark arts professor. Pansy contributed occasionally but mostly observed, noting the easy friendship between the trio and feeling, as always, slightly outside it. A sharp rap at the compartment door interrupted them. Draco stood in the doorway, looking uncomfortable but determined. "Pansy," he greeted, then with visible effort, "Potter, Granger, Weasley." The temperature in the compartment seemed to drop several degrees. Though their dinner in London had passed without incident, there remained too much history between Draco and the Golden Trio for easy interaction. "Draco," Pansy stood, sensing Harry's tension through their bond. "Everything all right?" "Just checking in," he said, his eyes flickering to Harry. "Some of our housemates are further down the train. They've been discussing your situation." The warning was clear. Slytherin House was talking, planning, assessing what Pansy's new status meant for them. "Anyone I should be particularly concerned about?" she asked, keeping her tone casual. Draco's expression remained carefully neutral. "Nothing you can't handle, I'm sure. But perhaps we could speak privately." Harry stiffened beside her. Through their bond, Pansy felt not jealousy, as some might suspect, but concern for her safety. After months together, he had learned to trust her intentions, if not always her methods. "We'll be at Hogwarts in a few hours," Pansy said, glancing at Harry. "I think we can manage a brief separation within the confines of the train." Harry hesitated, then nodded. The bond between them had stabilized enough that they could maintain perhaps 20 yards of separation without significant discomfort, enough for privacy but not true independence. "I'll be right outside if you need me," he said quietly, a statement that would have infuriated Pansy months ago but now felt like simple consideration. As Harry stepped into the corridor with Weasley, giving her space with Draco while staying within their bond's comfortable range, Pansy felt a strange twist of emotion. Not gratitude, exactly, she was still Pansy Parkinson after all, but something adjacent to it. Granger gathered her books. "I should check on the first years anyway," she said diplomatically, following the others out. Alone with Draco, Pansy raised a questioning eyebrow. "They're planning something," he said without preamble, his voice low. "Not, Zabini, the younger Carrow cousins. They see your connection to Potter as an opportunity." Pansy's stomach tightened. "What kind of opportunity?" "The kind that would make their families very happy." Draco's expression darkened. "There are still those who believe the Dark Lord's cause was just, Pansy. Who see Potter as the reason their parents are in Azkaban. And they think I'm going to help them what, assassinate Harry?" Pansy couldn't keep the incredulity from her voice. "They think your marriage bond gives you unique access. Influence." Draco studied her carefully. "They don't know the nature of the bond has changed. That it's mutual rather than controlling." Pansy processed this information, her mind racing. "They expect me to manipulate him. To be their agent inside Potter's life." "Yes." Draco hesitated. "And if you refuse?" "If I refuse, I'm a blood traitor," she finished flatly. "Like you." The label hung between them. Draco had made his choice months ago, choosing rehabilitation over revenge. He'd testified against former Death Eaters, donated significant portions of the Malfoy fortune to reconstruction efforts, publicly renounced blood supremacy. In the eyes of many purebloods, he was worse than a Muggleborn, he was a traitor to his heritage. "It's not an easy road," he acknowledged quietly. Pansy sank back into her seat, suddenly weary. She had known returning to Hogwarts would be complicated, but she hadn't anticipated becoming the focal point for lingering Death Eater sympathies. "What would you do?" she asked, genuinely curious. "If you were me?" Draco's smile was thin. "I'd remember that the losing side doesn't get to write history, Pansy. And Potter, insufferable as he is very firmly on the winning side. That's pragmatism, not principle." "When did you start caring about principles?" he countered, though without malice. It was a fair question. Pansy had never been ideological about blood purity or dark magic. She had followed her family's lead, absorbed their values, but her true allegiance had always been to her own survival and advancement. 3 months living with the embodiment of self-sacrificing heroism changes a person, she said dryly. Draco studied her intently. "Has it really changed you, Pans? Or has it just shown you who you always were beneath the facade?" The question was uncomfortably perceptive. Before she could formulate a response, the compartment door slid open again, and Harry appeared, his expression carefully neutral. "Everything all right?" he asked, his eyes moving between them. "Perfectly," Pansy replied automatically. "Draco was just catching me up on summer gossip." Harry didn't believe her, she could feel his skepticism through their bond, but he didn't press the issue. Instead, he nodded to Draco with surprising civility. "Malfoy. Potter." Draco rose, adjusting his impeccable robes. "I should get back to my compartment. We'll talk more at school, Pansy." As he left, Harry reclaimed his seat beside her. Through the bond, she felt his curiosity and concern, but also his restraint. He was giving her space to process whatever Draco had shared, to tell him in her own time. It was this, perhaps more than anything, that made Pansy's decision for her. "The Slytherins are planning something," she said quietly. "They think I can control you through our bond. That I'll be their agent inside your life." Harry's surprise at her honesty flickered through the bond, quickly replaced by thoughtful consideration. "And what did you tell Malfoy?" "Nothing, yet." She turned to face him fully. But I'm telling you, Harry. Because whatever else this bond means, it doesn't make me someone's puppet. Not my family's, not the Dark Lord's, and certainly not Theodore Knott's. Something shifted in Harry's expression, a subtle softening that might have been respect. Thank you, he said simply. The words were inadequate for the significance of the moment, Pansy Parkinson choosing Harry Potter over her housemate's machinations, but they were sincere. They sat in companionable silence as the countryside rushed past, each contemplating what awaited them at Hogwarts. Pansy found herself oddly calm despite the complications looming on the horizon. For the first time since the ritual, she felt as though she was making choices rather than having them forced upon her. It was, she reflected, a novel sensation. Hogwarts Castle rose against the twilight sky, its windows gleaming with welcoming light. Pansy felt the familiar twist of emotion at the sight, nostalgia tinged with grief for all that had been lost here. The battle had left scars visible even from a distance, a partially rebuilt tower, scaffolding along one wall, the subtle shift in magical energy where ancient protections had been shattered and renewed. Strange to be back, Harry murmured beside her as their carriage approached the gates. Pansy nodded. I wasn't sure they'd allow Slytherins to return at all. That's not who McGonagall is, Harry said with quiet confidence. She believes in second chances. Even for the girl who suggested handing you over to the Dark Lord. The words slipped out before Pansy could stop them, a reference to the moment in the Great Hall she had never discussed with Harry directly. Harry was silent for a long moment. You were scared, he finally said. We all were. It wasn't forgiveness exactly, but it wasn't condemnation either. Pansy found herself unsettled by his capacity for understanding. Still, she said, not my finest moment. We all have those, he replied simply. The carriage stopped at the castle entrance. As they disembarked, Pansy was acutely aware of the stares and whispers following them. News of their magical binding had been in the prophet for months, but seeing them together at Hogwarts made the reality impossible to ignore. Professor McGonagall waited at the entrance, her tall figure unmistakable. Mr. Potter, Miss Parkinson, she greeted them with brisk efficiency. Welcome back to Hogwarts. If you would follow me, I'll show you to your quarters before the feast. They followed her through familiar corridors that somehow felt different, whether from the reconstruction or from Pansy's altered perspective, she couldn't say. Students passing by gawked openly, conversations stopping mid-sentence. Your situation is unprecedented, McGonagall said as they walked, but we've made arrangements to accommodate your needs while maintaining as much normalcy as possible. Your quarters are located on the 7th floor, near the room of requirement but not part of it. She stopped before a portrait of a stern-looking witch with a celestial chart. Polaris, McGonagall said clearly, and the portrait swung open to reveal a comfortable sitting room with doors leading off to what Pansy presumed were bedrooms and a bathroom. The password can be changed if you wish, McGonagall continued. You'll take meals in the Great Hall at a table between houses. Classes have been arranged so you can attend together, with a focus on subjects you both expressed interest in continuing. Harry stepped into the sitting room, examining it with evident approval. This is brilliant, Professor. Thank you. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. It was the least we could do, given the circumstances. The Ministry informed me of the nature of your binding. I'm sorry you've both been subjected to such magic without consent. Pansy was startled by the direct acknowledgement of her victimhood. Most people focused exclusively on Harry being the wronged party. Thank you, Professor, she said, meaning it. The feast begins in 20 minutes, McGonagall said, checking her watch. I'll leave you to settle in, but please join us in the Great Hall. Your presence will help normalize the situation for the other students. After she left, Pansy and Harry explored their new living space. The sitting room was decorated in neutral tones, neither Slytherin green nor Gryffindor red, with a comfortable sofa, 2 armchairs, and a study area with desks. 2 doors led to separate bedrooms, each decorated according to their house colors but in a subtle, distasteful way. Better than I expected, Pansy admitted, running her hand along the spines of books already arranged on a shelf, a mix of their personal collections from Grimmauld Place. McGonagall's thorough, Harry agreed, testing the softness of an armchair. This could work. The simplicity of the statement struck Pansy. This could work. Not just the living arrangement, but all of it, returning to Hogwarts, completing their education, building some semblance of a normal life despite the bond that tethered them together. We should head to the feast, she said, checking her appearance in a mirror near the door. Make our grand entrance. Harry grimaced. I'd rather face a Hungarian horntail again. Don't be dramatic, Potter. At least this time you're facing the gossip with someone who's an expert at handling it. Is that what we're doing? Facing it together? His tone was light, but his eyes were serious. Pansy considered the question. I suppose we are, she acknowledged. Unless you prefer I feed the rumors that I've enchanted you with dark magic and control your every move. Might be entertaining, Harry mused. You could make me do ridiculous things at breakfast. Stand on the table and proclaim my undying love for Professor Flitwick. A startled laugh escaped her. Don't tempt me. They made their way to the great hall, maintaining a careful distance that accommodated their bond without suggesting intimate closeness. As they entered, the buzz of conversation dimmed noticeably before rising again in an excited wave. The hall looked much as Pansy remembered, though with subtle changes, new stone in some sections of wall, a slightly different arrangement of the house tables, a memorial plaque near the entrance listing those who had fallen during the battle. As promised, a small table had been placed between the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables, positioned so they were technically part of the student body but with a measure of separation. As they walked toward it, Pansy kept her head high, ignoring the stares with practiced indifference. From the Slytherin table, she noted Theodore not watching them with calculating eyes. Beside him, Astoria Greengrass whispered something to Malcolm Baddock, both of them studying Harry with predatory interest. Draco sat further down, deliberately separate from that group, and gave her a nearly imperceptible nod. Your housemates don't look thrilled to see us, Harry murmured as they took their seats. They're assessing the situation, Pansy replied quietly. Deciding where I stand. And where do you stand? He asked, his voice neutral but his emotions through the bond anything but. Pansy met his gaze directly. Right here, Potter. For better or worse. The sorting ceremony and feast proceeded with familiar ritual, though Pansy found herself oddly disconnected from it. Slytherin House had been her identity for so long, her family, her protection, her social structure. Now she sat apart from them, bound to their greatest enemy, uncertain of her place in the world. Headmistress McGonagall's welcome speech included a pointed reference to unity and healing, with a diplomatic acknowledgement of special arrangements for exceptional circumstances that everyone knew referred to Harry and Pansy. She then introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, William Blackwood, a former Auror with a weathered face and watchful eyes. He looks competent, Harry observed. High praise from the boy who led a secret defense organization, Pansy replied. Harry's surprise rippled through their bond. You knew about Dumbledore's army? Everyone knew, Potter. Slytherins aren't stupid, just disinclined to join Gryffindor crusades. Before he could respond, Theodore Nott approached their table, his thin face arranged in a pleasant expression that didn't reach his eyes. Pansy, he greeted smoothly. Potter. What an interesting arrangement you have here. Theo, Pansy acknowledged coolly. How was your summer? Productive, despite certain limitations. His father was in Azkaban, Pansy knew, convicted for his role in supporting Voldemort. We've missed your insight in the common room. Perhaps you'll still find time to visit, despite your new accommodations. The invitation was deliberate, loaded with meaning. Slytherin House was extending a tentative welcome, testing whether Pansy remained one of them despite her circumstances. I'm sure I'll find time, she said neutrally. Though my schedule will be rather constrained. Nott's eyes flicked to Harry, who was watching the exchange with outward calm but inward wariness that Pansy could feel through their connection. Of course. Your situation is unique. Perhaps we could discuss it sometime. I've been researching similar magical bindings. This was a lie. Pansy knew it instinctively, but she maintained her pleasant expression. How thoughtful. I'll keep that in mind. Not lingered a moment longer, then nodded to them both and returned to the Slytherin table, where several heads bent together in immediate conversation. He's lying about the research, Harry said quietly once Nott was out of earshot. Pansy raised an eyebrow. Obviously. But it's interesting that he's trying to establish a connection so publicly. Laying groundwork for whatever they're planning. Likely. Pansy took a deliberate sip of pumpkin juice. The question is whether we let them think I'm receptive or shut it down immediately. Harry considered this. What would serve us better? The question surprised her, not just the content but the implied partnership. Us, not you or me. Information is always valuable, she said carefully. But credibility once lost is difficult to regain. Harry nodded, understanding her dilemma. If she appeared to entertain Nott's overtures only to reject them later, she would burn bridges permanently with Slytherin. If she rejected them outright, she would lose access to valuable intelligence about potential threats. You don't need to decide tonight, he said finally. Let's see how things develop. His restraint impressed her. The Harry Potter she remembered from school would have demanded immediate denunciation of anything remotely connected to dark magic or former Death Eaters. This Harry, the one who had lived through war and loss and unexpected magical marriage, understood shades of grey. As the feast concluded, students began filing out toward their dormitories. Granger and Weasley stopped by their table. Exploding snap in the Gryffindor common room if you're interested, Weasley offered. Seamus smuggled in fire whiskey. Some things never change, Harry said with a smile. We might stop by later. Pansy was surprised by the casual inclusion but didn't show it. After months of awkward interactions with Harry's friends at Grimmauld Place, she had developed a certain tolerance for Gryffindor socializing, though she would never admit to enjoying it. As they made their way back to their quarters, Pansy became aware of someone following them. A subtle sound, the barest hint of movement in shadows, nothing concrete, but her instincts from a year under Carrow rule were well honed. She touched Harry's arm lightly, feeling his attention sharpen through the bond. We have company, she murmured. Without breaking stride, Harry nodded almost imperceptibly. 7th floor corridor ahead. Plenty of alcoves. They continued walking, their pace unhurried but purposeful. As they turned the corner into the 7th floor corridor, Harry smoothly guided Pansy into a shadowed alcove behind a suit of armor, his wand appearing in his hand without conscious thought. Footsteps approached, light, careful, but not quite silent enough. Harry raised his wand, but Pansy placed her hand over his, shaking her head. She recognized those footsteps. You can come out, Astoria, she called softly. Your disillusionment charm is good, but your shoes squeak. There was a moment of silence, then a shimmer as Astoria Greengrass cancelled her charm, appearing in the corridor with a sheepish expression that didn't match the calculation in her eyes. Impressive, she said. I thought I was being quite stealthy. What do you want? Harry asked, his wand still ready though no longer raised. Astoria's gaze flickered between them. I wanted to speak with Pansy. Alone, if possible. Not possible, Pansy replied before Harry could. Magical bond, remember? We can't separate more than 20 yards without significant discomfort. How inconvenient, Astoria said with false sympathy. Though I imagine there are compensations for such close quarters. The insinuation was clear. Pansy felt Harry's irritation through their bond but also his restraint. He was letting her handle this, respecting her ability to manage her own housemate. Was there something specific you wanted, Astoria? Pansy asked coolly. Or just confirmation of dormitory gossip? Astoria's pleasant mask slipped slightly. Theo sent me. He wants to meet tomorrow night in the common room. He says he has information about your situation that might interest you. How considerate of him, Pansy said, her tone neutral. And why the cloak and dagger approach? He could have asked me at dinner. He thought discretion might be preferable. Astoria's eyes darted to Harry. Given certain sensitivities. Pansy felt Harry's attention sharpening, his suspicion a tangible thing through their bond. I'll consider it, she said, neither accepting nor rejecting. You can tell Theo I appreciate his concern. Astoria nodded, clearly expecting nothing more definitive. Tomorrow at 8, if you decide to come. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Pansy. The password is Renaissance. Some things change, even in Slytherin. After she departed, Harry and Pansy remained in the alcove for a moment longer, processing the interaction. It's a trap, Harry said flatly. Obviously, Pansy agreed. The question is, what kind? A test of loyalty? A genuine attempt to recruit me? Or something more sinister? Harry ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair. I don't like it. You don't have to like it, Pansy pointed out reasonably. You just have to accept that I need to understand what they're planning. You're considering going. His alarm spiked through the bond. I'm considering gathering information, she corrected. Which doesn't necessarily mean walking blindly into the Slytherin common room on Nott's invitation. They resumed walking toward their quarters, both lost in thought. As they reached the portrait guarding their rooms, Harry turned to her. Whatever you decide, he said quietly, remember you're not alone in this. I know you can handle Slytherin politics, but you don't have to handle them by yourself anymore. The word stirred something unexpected in Pansy, not gratitude exactly, but a recognition of how profoundly their relationship had changed. 3 months ago, she would have bristled at the implication she needed help. Now, she understood it for what it was, not a questioning of her capability, but an offer of partnership. Noted, Potter, she said, her tone lighter than her mood. Though I doubt your Gryffindor subtlety would be an asset in Slytherin manipulation. His lips quirked in a half-smile. You'd be surprised. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, you know. Pansy stared at him, momentarily speechless. You're joking. Completely serious. I talked it out of it. As they entered their quarters, Pansy found herself re-evaluating Harry Potter yet again. The boy who lived, a potential Slytherin. It explained certain things, his survival instinct, his occasional cunning, his ability to bend rules to suit his purposes. Why are you telling me this now? She asked as they settled into the sitting room. Harry shrugged, dropping into an armchair with casual grace. Seems relevant, given what we're facing. I'm not completely incapable of understanding Slytherin thinking. Understanding it and navigating it are different skills, Pansy pointed out, taking the opposite chair. But I'll keep your hidden serpent tendencies in mind. Their conversation drifted to practical matters, class schedules, study arrangements, how to manage their forced proximity in the castle environment. As they talked, Pansy found herself watching Harry with new awareness, noting the easy confidence that had replaced his adolescent awkwardness, the thoughtful consideration he gave her opinions. Later, as she prepared for bed in her separate room, Pansy reflected on the day's events. She had known returning to Hogwarts would force difficult choices, but she hadn't anticipated how quickly those choices would present themselves. Nott's invitation loomed like a gauntlet thrown down before her. Through the bond, she sensed Harry still awake in his own room, his emotions a complex mix of concern and determination. She wondered if he could feel her uncertainty, her calculation of risks and benefits, her weighing of loyalties old and new. Tomorrow would require decisions, but tonight, in the quiet darkness of Hogwarts Castle, Pansy allowed herself to acknowledge a truth she had been avoiding. Somewhere along the way, Harry Potter had become someone whose opinion mattered to her. Someone whose trust she was reluctant to betray. It was not a comfortable realization for a Slytherin raised on self-preservation and advantage-seeking. But then, nothing about her life in the past 3 months had been comfortable or expected. Sleep came slowly, accompanied by dreams of serpents and lions circling each other in an elaborate dance of caution and curiosity. Morning brought pale autumn sunlight and the prospect of their first day of classes. Pansy emerged from her bedroom to find Harry already in the sitting room, dressed in his school robes and examining their schedule. Ancient runes first, he noted, glancing up at her. Then transfiguration with the 8th years from all houses. Pansy nodded, pouring herself tea from the service that had appeared on a side table. Hogwarts house elves were nothing if not efficient. Have you decided whether we're stopping by the Slytherin common room tonight? Have I decided? Harry raised an eyebrow. I thought that was your decision. Don't be obtuse, Potter. You're physically incapable of staying behind if I go, so it's as much your decision as mine. Harry considered this. We could try extending the bond temporarily. Hermione's been researching methods to safely stretch its range. The suggestion surprised Pansy. You'd let me go alone. I wouldn't let you do anything, he corrected mildly. But I trust your judgment enough to know you wouldn't walk into obvious danger without good reason. It was perhaps the most Slytherin thing she'd ever heard him say, a pragmatic recognition of her autonomy coupled with confidence in her self-preservation instincts. Granger's methods are theoretical, untested. True, he acknowledged. Which means our other option is going together, but with precautions. What kind of precautions did you have in mind? Harry's smile was unexpectedly mischievous. How do you feel about invisibility cloaks? By the time they reached breakfast, they had formulated a tentative plan. Harry would accompany Pansy to the Slytherin common room under his invisibility cloak, close enough to maintain their bond's comfort but invisible to provide Pansy the appearance of independence. The great hall was buzzing with first-day excitement, the novelty of Harry and Pansy's arrival already overshadowed by more immediate concerns like schedules and textbooks. They took their places at their designated table, the separation from their houses less conspicuous in the morning chaos. Did you speak with Granger about the bond extension? Pansy asked as she spread marmalade on toast. Harry nodded. She thinks a temporary stretching might be possible with the right preparation. Certain potions can temporarily loosen magical connections without breaking them entirely. Dangerous, Pansy observed. Hence, might and thinks, Harry agreed. Not something to attempt without significant testing. For tonight, the cloak is safer. Their first class, Ancient Runes, passed without incident, Professor Babbling treating them with the same brisk efficiency she showed all students. Transfiguration proved more challenging, not academically but socially. Professor McGonagall had combined all 8th-year students regardless of house, creating a smaller, more intimate class environment that forced interaction across traditional boundaries. As Harry and Pansy entered, conversation stilled momentarily before resuming with deliberate casualness. Potter. Parkinson. Theodore nodded to them as they found seats. Settling in well? Quite, Pansy replied coolly. McGonagall called the class to attention before further conversation could develop, launching into a detailed explanation of the year's curriculum. As she spoke, Pansy became aware of notes being passed among the Slytherin students, not to Zabini to Astoria, their expressions carefully neutral but their eyes occasionally darting toward her. Harry noticed too. Through their bond, she felt his alertness spike, though outwardly he appeared focused on McGonagall's lecture. Today you'll begin work on human transfiguration, McGonagall announced. I'll assign partners to ensure appropriate skill balancing. The class shuffled as names were called and students rearranged themselves. Potter with Zabini, McGonagall declared. Parkinson with Not. Perfect, Pansy thought sardonically. Just what they needed, separation within the classroom and partnership with the very people they were most wary of. As they moved to join their assigned partners, Harry caught her eye briefly. Be careful, his expression seemed to say. Pansy gave an almost imperceptible nod. Fortuitous, Not commented as she took the seat beside him. "I've been wanting to speak with you." "So Astoria mentioned," Pansy replied, keeping her voice neutral. "Though I prefer direct approaches to midnight emissaries." Not's smile didn't reach his eyes. Discretion seemed prudent, given your constraints. His gaze flicked briefly toward Harry, now seated with Zabini across the room. "How much freedom do you actually have, Pansy?" The question was pointed, probing for information about the nature of their bond. "Enough," she said simply. "Interesting." Not opened his textbook to the assigned page with deliberate casualness. "We've been researching your situation. The ritual your family attempted, Nuptialis Imperium, has a fascinating history." Pansy raised an eyebrow. "Do tell." "It was originally designed to control powerful magical creatures with human form, Vila, mostly. Later adapted for political marriages where one party needed to ensure the other's compliance." He demonstrated the wand movement for their assigned transfiguration as he spoke. "The interesting thing is, it's supposed to be unidirectional. One controller, one controlled. And yet here we are," Pansy said, mimicking his wand movement precisely. "History is full of magical anomalies." "Indeed." Not leaned slightly closer. "But anomalies can be corrected with the right approach. There are texts suggesting methods to adjust the flow of such bonds, to restore their intended direction." Pansy kept her expression neutral despite the chill that ran through her. "That sounds like very specialized knowledge. Knowledge worth sharing," Not agreed. "With those who understand its value." McGonagall's voice interrupted their conversation. "Practice the wand movement 3 times silently, then attempt the spell on your partner's eyebrows only. Remember, precision is essential." Pansy raised her wand, studying Not's face with clinical detachment. "You're suggesting the bond could be modified to function as originally intended. With me controlling Potter." "Theoretically." Not's eyes glittered with dangerous intelligence. "With the right ritual amendments. The right assistance." "An intriguing theory," Pansy said, her voice carefully modulated. "Though one wonders what this theoretical assistance would expect in return." Not's smile was thin. "Nothing unreasonable. Access to certain, influential decisions Potter might make in the future. A voice for those whose perspectives have been systematically silenced since the war. Translation: control over Harry Potter, the wizarding world's golden boy, to advance pure-blood interests despite their defeat in the war." It was breathtakingly ambitious, dangerously tempting, and absolutely abhorrent. "I'll consider it," Pansy said, neither accepting nor rejecting. "Though I'd want to review these texts you've mentioned before discussing further." "Naturally. Tonight, perhaps. When you visit the common room." Pansy performed the transfiguration spell perfectly, turning Not's eyebrows a subtle shade of green that complemented his Slytherin tie. "Perhaps." Across the room, she was aware of Harry watching them despite his apparent concentration on Zabini's instruction. Through their bond, she felt his curiosity and concern. When class ended, they reconvened in the corridor, walking toward their next lesson with casual closeness that allowed quiet conversation. "Well?" Harry asked under his breath. "They want to modify our bond," Pansy replied equally quietly. "Restore its original purpose with me as the controller. In exchange for using that control to advance their interests." Harry's stride didn't falter, though his emotions through the bond darkened considerably. "Can that be done?" "I don't know," Pansy admitted. "But they believe it can." Not mention texts, research. "Dangerous research," Harry muttered. "Most magical research worth doing is dangerous, Potter. The question is whether it's even possible or just theoretical posturing to test my loyalties." They reached the charms classroom, finding seats together at the back where they could continue their hushed conversation. "You think it's a test?" Harry asked. "Everything in Slytherin is a test," Pansy replied. But that doesn't mean the danger isn't real. If they have found a way to modify the bond. She didn't need to finish the thought. If such methods existed, they represented a threat regardless of Pansy's cooperation. Someone might attempt to alter their bond by force. Tonight just got more interesting, Harry said grimly. Indeed. Pansy opened her charms textbook with deliberate normalcy. And more necessary. The remainder of their day passed in a blur of classes, each presenting its own unique challenges of navigating peer interactions while maintaining vigilance. By dinner, Pansy was exhausted from the constant calculation required, what to reveal, what to conceal, how to present herself to both her Slytherin housemates and the broader school population. You don't have to do this, Harry said quietly as they picked at their food at their isolated table. We could find another way to gather information. Pansy shook her head. This is what Slytherins do, Potter. We maneuver. We gather intelligence. We survive by knowing more than our opponents. I thought we were past the point of being opponents, he said, his tone light but his emotions through the bond anything but. Pansy glanced at him, suddenly understanding his concern. Not us, she clarified. Not and whoever's working with him. They're the opponents. The clarification pleased him, she could feel it through their connection, a warm pulse of something like relief. So we're allies in this, he stated rather than asked. Don't sound so surprised, Pansy said dryly. I've made my choice clear enough. And she had, she realized. Not in grand declarations or overt actions, but in 100 small decisions since the ritual, warning him of Slytherin plots, sharing information she could have kept to herself, gradually accepting their bond as partnership rather than imprisonment. 8 o'clock, then, Harry said, checking his watch. We should prepare. They returned to their quarters to finalize their plan. Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak, a remarkably fine specimen that Pansy couldn't help but admire professionally, and they established signals for potential problems, a tug on her left earlobe if she needed immediate extraction, touching her throat if she suspected eavesdropping charms. Stay close enough that our bond doesn't strain, she instructed as she adjusted her appearance in the mirror, ensuring she projected the right mix of Slytherin confidence and casual indifference. But not so close you bump into people. And for Merlin's sake, control your emotions. The bond works both ways, and I can't have your Gryffindor outrage bleeding through while I'm trying to appear coolly interested in dark magic. Harry's lips twitched. I'll do my best to think Slytherin thoughts. Wealth, power, and the subtle manipulation of inferiors. I was thinking more along the lines of weighing options and protecting one's interests, but sure, go with the caricature if it helps. Pansy shot him a surprised look, caught off guard by his insight and humor. These moments, when Harry demonstrated understanding beyond her expectations, still disconcerted her after months together. At precisely 5 minutes to 8, they left their quarters. Harry donned the cloak once they were in the corridor, disappearing from sight but remaining a steady presence through their bond. Together, they made their way toward the dungeons, Pansy walking with measured confidence while Harry moved silently behind her. The Slytherin common room password, Renaissance, granted her entry to the familiar green-tinged space. Several students looked up as she entered, expressions ranging from surprise to calculation to smug satisfaction. Theodore Knott rose from a leather armchair near the fire. Pansy. I wasn't sure you'd come. Curiosity is a powerful motivator, she replied smoothly, aware of Harry's invisible presence just behind her right shoulder. Especially when ancient magic is involved. Knott gestured toward a corridor leading deeper into the Slytherin domain. We'll be more comfortable in the study room. Fewer interruptions. Pansy followed him, conscious of the eyes tracking her movement. Through the bond, she felt Harry's heightened alertness, his magic humming just beneath the surface of his control, ready for trouble. The study room was smaller than the main common room, with a large table surrounded by high-backed chairs and walls lined with bookshelves. Astoria Greengrass and Blaise Zabini waited there, along with Malcolm Baddock and one of the younger Caro cousins, Corvina, a sixth year with her family's characteristic heavy brow and calculating eyes. A committee, Pansy observed dryly. How flattering. A collection of interested parties, not corrected, closing the door behind them. All of whom have something to gain from your unique position. Pansy took the offered seat, arranging her robes with practiced elegance. Through the bond, she felt Harry position himself in the corner nearest her, within easy reach but out of the main pathway. You mentioned texts, she said without preamble. Research on modifying soul bonds. Not exchanged glances with Zabini, who reached into his robes and withdrew a small, ancient-looking book bound in what appeared to be scaled leather. This came from my family's private collection, Zabini said, placing it carefully on the table. Predating the ministry's classification of certain magics as dark. Pansy didn't reach for it immediately. And what does it contain that's so valuable? The original research on Nuptialis Imperium, Corvina Caro said, speaking for the first time. Her voice held the same cold precision that had characterized her relatives. Including methods to repair a flawed implementation. Repair, Pansy repeated, arching an eyebrow. An interesting term for what you're proposing. What would you call it? Astoria asked. Manipulation. Modification. Perhaps violation. Pansy kept her tone casual, academic. Semantics matter when discussing soul magic. Not leaned forward, his expression intense. What matters is outcome. Your family intended this bond to give you control over Potter. Something interfered, his mother's protection, perhaps, or Dumbledore's lingering enchantments. But the foundation is there, the connection established. It can be redirected. Pansy allowed interest to show on her face, even as she felt Harry's disgust pulse through their bond. To what end, specifically? You've been vague about your expectations. The group exchanged glances, a silent communication that Pansy recognized from years in Slytherin. They had discussed this in advance, prepared their approach. Initially, information, Zabini said smoothly. Potter has the ear of the minister, connections throughout the Auror department, influence with McGonagall. We need to know what's being planned regarding further restrictions on dark artifacts and magic, which families are under investigation, what opportunities exist to protect our heritage. Later, more direct influence, not continued. Votes in the Wisengamot when Potter inevitably takes his seats. Appointments to ministry positions. Policy regarding integration of magical traditions unfairly labeled as dark. And restoration of proper status for pureblood families who've been systematically dismantled since the war, Corvina added, her voice hardening. My uncles received the kiss without proper trial. My family's assets were seized without due process. This cannot stand. Pansy felt Harry's emotions surge through their bond, anger, primarily, but also something unexpected, pity. Not for her, but for the bitter, vengeful students around them, clinging to a lost cause with desperate determination. And if I were to consider this proposal, Pansy said carefully, what would the process involve? Not push the ancient book toward her. A ritual modification. Nothing as complex as the original binding, but requiring specific components. Timing aligned with the lunar cycle. And he hesitated fractionally, a willing participant. Potter, Pansy clarified. You'd need Potter to participate willingly. Not exactly, Astoria said with delicate emphasis. We'd need his physical presence and magical signature. His willingness is optional. Translation, they plan to force or trick Harry into participating. Pansy kept her expression neutral with effort, feeling Harry's controlled stillness behind her. I see, she said, finally reaching for the book. May I examine this more closely? Of course, not agreed. Though we'll need it returned. Family heirlooms, you understand. Pansy opened the ancient text, careful of its brittle pages. The writing was in archaic Latin, with diagrams showing magical flows between paired figures. Even with her limited understanding of the language, she could see the dangerous complexity of what they were proposing. This requires significant magical power, she observed. And specialized ingredients. Already being arranged, Zabini assured her. We have connections, even with the increased scrutiny on certain trade networks. And the risks? Pansy asked, looking up from the book. Soul magic is notoriously unpredictable. What happens if the modification fails? A moment of uncomfortable silence followed her question. There are always risks with advanced magic, Not said finally. But the potential rewards outweigh them. Think of what we could accomplish with Harry Potter as our unwitting spokesman. The policies we could influence, the traditions we could preserve. The revenge we could extract, Corvina added softly, her eyes gleaming. And there it was, the heart of their plan. Not just political influence or cultural preservation but vengeance for perceived wrongs. Using Harry as their puppet to dismantle the very victory he had sacrificed so much to achieve. Through the bond, Pansy felt Harry's emotions shift from anger to resolve. He had heard enough, understood enough. An interesting proposal, she said, closing the book carefully. I'll need time to consider it. The implications are significant. Of course, Not agreed, though his eyes narrowed slightly. But not too much time. The optimal window for the ritual modification begins with the new moon next week. So soon? Pansy allowed surprise to color her tone. You've been planning this for some time, then. Since news of your binding first appeared, Zabini confirmed. We recognized the opportunity immediately. Resourceful, Pansy commented, rising from her seat. I'll return your book tomorrow, after I've had a chance to study it more thoroughly. Not rose as well, his posture relaxed but his eyes watchful. You understand that this conversation remains between us. The consequences of indiscretion would be unfortunate. The threat was clear, if elegantly delivered. Pansy merely smiled, the expression not reaching her eyes. I'm still a Slytherin, Theo. Discretion is our specialty. As she left the study room, book in hand, Pansy maintained her composed facade despite the churning in her stomach. The common room was more crowded now, students gathered in small groups, some watching her with undisguised curiosity. Draco sat alone near a window, ostensibly reading but his attention clearly on her as she crossed the room. She paused beside his chair. Everything all right? He asked quietly, his eyes flickering to the book she carried. Perfectly, she replied, her tone conveying the opposite. Just catching up with old friends. Draco's expression remained neutral, but understanding passed between them, a product of years of friendship and shared danger. Be careful, Pans. Some friendships have become rather costly lately. I always calculate the cost, she assured him, moving toward the exit. Once outside the common room, Pansy maintained her measured pace until they reached a deserted corridor, where she finally stopped, her shoulders sagging slightly. That was illuminating, Harry said quietly, removing the invisibility cloak once he'd confirmed they were alone. Illuminating is one word for it, Pansy agreed, holding out the ancient book. Did you see this? They're serious, Harry. They genuinely believe they can modify our bond to control you. Harry took the book, examining it with a frown. Can they? I don't know, she admitted. Soul magic is ancient, poorly documented. Most experts won't touch it because of the risks. But if this text contains what they claim, then we need to know what we're facing, Harry completed her thought. Hermione should see this. Pansy nodded, for once not objecting to involving Granger. This was beyond house rivalries or personal differences, this was dangerous magic threatening them both. They made their way back toward their quarters, both lost in thought. As they walked, Pansy felt a strange mixture of emotions through their bond, concern and anger, certainly, but also something that felt remarkably like pride. What? She asked, glancing at him. Nothing, Harry said, though his emotions belied the word. You handled that brilliantly. The way you got them to reveal everything while seeming interested but not committed. Basic Slytherin tactics, Pansy said dismissively, though she felt a small, unexpected pleasure at his praise. Maybe, Harry conceded. But you chose to use those tactics to protect us both, when you could have considered their offer. Pansy stopped walking, turning to face him fully. Did you actually think I might consider it? Harry met her gaze directly. No, he said simply. I didn't. The certainty in his voice, in his emotions through their bond, left her momentarily speechless. Harry Potter, who had every historical reason to distrust her, had absolute confidence in her rejection of Nott's offer. Why? She asked, genuinely curious. Harry seemed surprised by the question. Because I know you, he said, as if it were obvious. 3 months living together, connected by a soul bond, I've seen who you really are, Pansy. Not the facade you show at school or the persona you adopted during the war. You. Pansy wasn't sure how to respond to that. The idea that Harry had seen through her carefully constructed defenses was both unsettling and oddly liberating. Well, she said finally, resuming their walk, your faith in my moral character is touching, if possibly misplaced. Harry smiled slightly. It's not about morality. It's about who you are. You value independence too much to ever willingly become someone's puppet master. You're too intelligent to believe their promises of reward without seeing the risks. And you're too proud to accept a victory you didn't earn yourself. The assessment was disconcertingly accurate, a reflection not of idealized virtues but of her actual personality, including traits most would consider flaws. Careful, Potter, she said lightly. You're beginning to sound like you know me better than I know myself. Occupational hazard of a soul bond, I suppose. His tone matched hers, but his eyes were serious. Just as I suspect you've learned things about me I might prefer to keep hidden. It was true. Through their connection, Pansy had glimpsed aspects of Harry that contradicted his public image, his occasional darkness, his capacity for ruthlessness when threatened, his deep-seated insecurities beneath the confident exterior. A mutual vulnerability, she acknowledged as they reached the portrait guarding their quarters. Polaris, she said clearly, and the entrance swung open. Inside, they found Hermione waiting, surrounded by books and scrolls spread across their study table. She looked up as they entered, her expression shifting from concentration to concern as she registered their serious expressions. What happened? She asked immediately. Harry handed her the ancient text. Slytherin House is planning to modify our bond, he said without preamble. To restore its original purpose and use me as their political puppet. Hermione's eyes widened as she carefully opened the book. Where did you get this? Zabini's family collection, Pansy supplied, dropping into a chair. According to Nott and his cohort, it contains methods to repair our bond to its intended configuration. With Pansy controlling me, instead of the mutual connection we have now, Harry added, taking the seat beside her. Hermione's expression grew increasingly troubled as she skimmed the text. This is incredibly dangerous magic, she said finally. Soul manipulation with lunar alignment, the risks are enormous. For everyone involved, or just Potter? Pansy asked, pragmatic as ever. Everyone, Hermione confirmed grimly. Bond modification can backfire catastrophically. Death, magical drainage, personality fragmentation, there are documented cases of attempted modifications where both participants lost their magic entirely. So they're either desperate or ignorant, Harry observed. Or both, Pansy added. Desperation makes fools of intelligent people. Hermione looked up from the book. The question is, what do we do now? If they're serious about attempting this at the new moon, we have less than a week to prepare. We have several advantages, Pansy said, shifting into strategic thinking. They don't know we're aware of their plan. They need my cooperation to get close to Harry. And they've given us their playbook. She nodded toward the book. We should inform McGonagall, Hermione suggested. Harry and Pansy exchanged glances, a silent communication that Hermione noted with interest. Not yet, Pansy said finally. If we involve the headmistress, this goes from intelligence gathering to formal disciplinary action. We lose the advantage of surprise and potentially drive their activities underground where we can't monitor them. She's right, Harry agreed. Better to know what they're planning and be prepared than to force them to create a new plan we're not aware of. Hermione looked between them, clearly noting their unified approach. All right, she conceded. But we need countermeasures. If they're planning this ritual for the new moon, we need protection in place. Can we create something from this? Harry asked, gesturing to the book. Use their own research against them? Possibly, Hermione said thoughtfully. At minimum, understanding their methodology gives us the opportunity to disrupt it. I'll need time to translate the text properly and consult with Bill Weasley. He has experience with ritual magic from his curse-breaking work. Do it, Harry agreed. But discreetly. If not or the others suspect we're onto them, they'll accelerate their timeline or change tactics, Pansy completed his thought. And potentially become more dangerous in their desperation. As Hermione began examining the book in detail, making careful notes, Pansy found herself watching the interaction with a strange sense of disconnection. 3 months ago, the idea of strategizing with Harry Potter and Hermione Granger against her fellow Slytherins would have been unthinkable. Now it felt almost natural, a necessary alliance against a common threat. More disconcerting still was the realization that she had never truly considered Nott's offer, not even for a moment. The automatic rejection had come not from calculation of advantage but from something more fundamental, a visceral rejection of the idea of controlling Harry, of betraying the tentative trust they had established. You should get some rest, Harry said, breaking into her thoughts. It's been a long day. Pansy nodded, suddenly aware of her exhaustion. The constant vigilance, the performance in the Slytherin common room, the emotional strain of their discovery, all had taken their toll. I'll keep working on this, Hermione assured them. You both need sleep if you're going to maintain the appearance of normalcy tomorrow. As Pansy rose to head toward her bedroom, Harry touched her arm lightly, a brief point of contact that sent ripples through their bond. Thank you, he said quietly. For warning me. For choosing. He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. The emotions flowing through their connection completed the thought more eloquently than words could have. Don't get sentimental, Potter, Pansy replied, though without her usual sharpness. Self-preservation, remember? Their plan could have killed us both. His smile suggested he saw through her deflection but was willing to allow it. Of course. Purely pragmatic. Pansy retreated to her room, closing the door between them but remaining aware of his presence through their connection. As she prepared for bed, she considered the day's revelations, not just about Nott's dangerous plans, but about herself. She had made a choice today. Not under duress, not for advantage, but from something that felt disturbingly like principle. She had chosen Harry over Slytherin, protection over power. What that meant for her future, for her identity, remained to be seen. But as she drifted toward sleep, Pansy acknowledged that something fundamental had shifted in how she viewed her situation. The bond that had begun as a prison had somehow become a partnership, one she was increasingly reluctant to betray. The realization should have terrified her. Instead, it brought an unexpected sense of peace as she surrendered to exhaustion. The following days established a rhythm of vigilance and preparation. By day, Pansy and Harry maintained the appearance of normality, attending classes, interacting with peers, giving no indication they were aware of the plot developing around them. By night, they worked with Hermione and, increasingly, a small circle of trusted allies to develop countermeasures against the planned ritual. Bill Weasley, contacted through secure means, provided invaluable insight into the ancient Latin text. Luna Lovegood, whose intuitive understanding of magical energies transcended conventional wisdom, suggested protective measures involving sympathetic magic. Even Draco, once Harry had reluctantly agreed to include him, contributed family knowledge about ritual magic that proved unexpectedly useful. The key vulnerability in their plan is the lunar timing, Bill explained during a secure fluke call 4 days after their discovery. New moon magic draws power from absence, from potential rather than manifestation. If we can introduce an element of fullness or completion into your bond before they attempt their modification, we create a fundamental incompatibility with their ritual design, Hermione completed, her expression brightening. That's brilliant, Bill. How exactly do we introduce fullness into a soul bond? Pansy asked skeptically. Bill's face in the flames looked thoughtful. Soul bonds respond to intention and emotion more than technical precision. A ritual affirmation of your connection, whatever form it currently takes, would strengthen its existing pattern, making it resistant to restructuring. A ritual affirmation, Harry repeated. What does that entail? Something that acknowledges and reinforces the mutual nature of your bond, Bill said. Traditional bindings use shared magical objects, synchronized spellcasting, sometimes physical connection during magical channeling. Pansy and Harry exchanged glances, both uncomfortable with the intimate implications. Nothing inappropriate, Bill clarified, noting their expressions. But something that symbolically and magically reinforces your connection as equals rather than controller and controlled. After the call ended, they sat in thoughtful silence, considering the recommendation. It makes theoretical sense, Hermione said finally. Strengthening what exists to prevent it being reshaped. But it also potentially makes our bond more permanent, Harry pointed out, voicing what Pansy was thinking. If we're actively reinforcing it, we may be reducing our chances of ever breaking it, Pansy finished. The dilemma hung between them. Strengthen their bond to protect against manipulation, potentially making it permanent, or leave it vulnerable in hopes of eventually severing it entirely. There's another consideration, Draco said quietly from where he sat near the window. His inclusion in their planning sessions had been tentative at first, marked by mutual suspicion, but his knowledge had proven valuable enough to overcome initial reservations. If not and the others succeed even partially, the damage could be catastrophic. Personality fragmentation, magical drainage, loss of autonomy. A risk regardless of whether we eventually break the bond, Hermione agreed. The immediate threat takes precedence. Pansy looked at Harry, finding him already watching her. Through their connection, she felt his uncertainty, his weighing of options, but also his willingness to defer to her preference in this. We strengthen it, she decided finally. Better a mutual bond we understand than a corrupted one we can't control. Harry nodded, his relief evident through their connection. How do we proceed? With Hermione and Bill's guidance, they designed a simple but powerful ritual to reinforce the mutual nature of their bond. It would take place the night before the new moon, the optimal time to establish a pattern that would resist the absence-based magic Knot and his allies planned to use. Meanwhile, they continued their careful dance of normalcy and surveillance. Pansy returned the ancient book to Zabini with appropriate expressions of interest and consideration. She attended Slytherin study sessions, carefully extracting information about their preparations while appearing to be cautiously receptive to their plan. They're gathering ingredients, she reported after one such session. Moonstone powder, phoenix tears, probably black market, given the restrictions, and what sounds like blood from a magical creature. Not human, but something sentient. Merfolk or centaur, most likely, Hermione said grimly. Both have properties useful in mind-influencing magic. They're serious about this, Harry observed. Those ingredients are expensive, difficult to obtain. Desperate people do desperate things, Draco commented. Especially when they believe they're fighting for survival. Pansy gave him a sharp look. Are you defending them? Understanding them, Draco corrected. There's a difference. The night before the new moon arrived with a tension that hummed through the castle like a living thing. Perhaps it was the magic gathering for the coming absence of lunar energy, or perhaps it was merely their awareness of what approached, but Pansy felt it acutely as she and Harry prepared for their protective ritual. Hermione had helped them arrange their sitting room, clearing the center to create a ritual space. A circle of salt mixed with powdered silver defined the boundary. 7 white candles marked cardinal points and magical intersections. In the center lay 2 objects, Harry's phoenix feather wand and a silver pendant Pansy had inherited from her grandmother, personal items imbued with their magical signatures. Remember, Hermione instructed as she prepared to leave them to the private ritual, the words matter less than the intention. Focus on the mutual nature of your bond, on balance and equality rather than dominance or submission. We understand, Hermione, Harry assured her. We'll be fine. After she departed, a strange awkwardness fell between them. They had been bound for months, living in close proximity, sharing emotions through their connection, yet this deliberate reinforcement of their bond felt more intimate somehow. Nervous, Potter? Pansy asked, attempting her usual sardonic tone but not quite achieving it. A bit, he admitted with surprising candor. Not about the ritual itself, but about what it means. We're choosing this, Pansy. Actively choosing to strengthen something that was forced on us. The use of her first name, still rare between them despite months of connection, emphasized the weight of the moment. Better the devil we know, she said pragmatically, though the idiom felt wrong applied to their situation. Their bond, whatever its origin, had long since ceased to be devilish in nature. They took their places across from each other within the circle, the candles casting flickering shadows across their faces. Between them lay their symbolic objects, representing their separate magical identities. Ready? Harry asked. Pansy nodded, extending her hands palm up as Bill had instructed. Harry placed his hands beneath hers, not quite touching, creating a space of potential between them where magic could flow freely. Together, they began the incantation, simple Latin phrases affirming connection, balance, mutual protection. As they spoke, Pansy felt the bond between them warming, becoming more tangible, as if previously invisible threads were materializing between them. The air within the circle grew heavy with magic, the candles flaring brighter as power gathered around them. Their personal objects, wand and pendant, began to glow softly, resonating with the energy they were channeling. Equalis in anima, they spoke together. Equal in soul. Equalis in magici. Equal in magic. Equalis in voluntas. Equal in will. With the final phrase, Pansy felt something shift fundamentally within their bond. The silver thread that had connected them since the original ritual seemed to expand, becoming a complex weave of gold and silver strands, pulsing with shared life and power. Harry's eyes widened, suggesting he felt it too. Through their newly reinforced connection, his emotions flowed more clearly than ever before, wonder, concern, a complex mixture of resignation and hope. It's done, he said softly. Pansy nodded, unable to find words adequate for the moment. The bond between them had transformed from a simple tether to something richer, more nuanced, a connection that respected their separate identities while creating something new between them. As they extinguished the candles and cleared away the ritual components, neither spoke of what they had just done, of the implicit choice they had made to accept their connection rather than merely endure it until a solution could be found. That night, as Pansy lay in her bed staring at the ceiling, she explored the altered bond with cautious curiosity. The awareness of Harry had deepened, becoming more textured. She could sense him more clearly despite the wall between them, his restless energy, his determination, but also his underlying concern and something else, something warm and protective that she wasn't ready to name. Tomorrow, Nott and his allies would attempt their ritual to corrupt this bond, to twist it into a tool of control. They would fail, Pansy was certain of that now. What remained uncertain was what would happen afterward, how they would respond to that failure, what dangers might emerge from their thwarted ambitions. And beyond that immediate concern lay the larger question, what did it mean that she and Harry had willingly strengthened a bond that had been forced upon them? What future were they choosing with this night's actions? Pansy had no answers, only the quiet certainty that something had shifted irrevocably between them. The bond that had begun as prison had become protection, and now, perhaps, something more. Sleep came slowly, accompanied by dreams of golden threads weaving patterns too complex to comprehend but somehow perfect in their design. The new moon rose unseen over Hogwarts, its absence a palpable thing to those sensitive to magical currents. Pansy felt it as a subtle hollowness, a potential waiting to be filled, the perfect canvas for transformation magic. She and Harry had spent the day in careful preparation, maintaining the appearance of normalcy while establishing safeguards. Hermione had created specialized detection charms to alert them to magical gathering. Luna had provided protective amulets imbued with what she called intentional stability. Pansy didn't fully understand the concept but respected the odd girl's intuitive magical knowledge enough to wear the small silver disc beneath her robes. "Not's watching us," Harry murmured during dinner, his voice low enough that only Pansy could hear. "He's been tracking our movements all day." Pansy nodded slightly, having noticed the same surveillance. "He's trying to determine the best moment to approach. They'll need me to bring you to their ritual site." According to their intelligence, gathered through Draco's careful observations and Pansy's strategic conversations, the ritual would take place in an abandoned classroom in the dungeons, far from faculty oversight. The participants would include Nott, Zabini, the Carrow Girl, and several other Slytherins with family connections to imprisoned Death Eaters. "Let them make the approach," Harry said. "Better on our terms than theirs." They didn't have to wait long. As they left the Great Hall, Astoria Greengrass intercepted them in the entrance hall, her pretty face arranged in a friendly smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Pansy," she greeted warmly. "We've been looking for you. Study session in the dungeons tonight, specialized tutoring for the Transfiguration Project." The coded invitation was clear. Pansy nodded, maintaining her mask of casual interest. "Sounds useful. What time?" 10 o'clock, Astoria replied, her gaze flickering briefly to Harry. "The old potions classroom in the East Dungeon. Bring your research materials." Translation: Bring Harry, supposedly unaware of his intended role in their ritual. "We'll be there," Pansy confirmed, deliberately including Harry in her response and noting Astoria's momentary confusion. "Just you, surely," Astoria said carefully. "It's a Slytherin study group." Pansy shrugged elegantly. "Where I go, he goes. Bond limitations, remember? But don't worry, he can bring his own work. He'll be too occupied to pay attention to our specialized topics." Astoria hesitated, clearly weighing this complication against their plans, then nodded. "Of course. 10 o'clock. As she walked away, Harry raised an eyebrow. That was direct. "They're eager," Pansy observed. "And they believe I'm cooperating, which means they won't be expecting resistance." They returned to their quarters to finalize preparations with their small circle of allies. Hermione would be positioned nearby with Ron and Luna, ready to intervene if the situation escalated beyond their control. Draco would attend the study session as a seemingly neutral participant, providing an additional set of eyes within the ritual space. The bond strengthening should prevent their ritual from taking hold, Hermione reiterated as they reviewed the plan. But be prepared for magical backlash when it fails. Thwarted ritual energy can be volatile. "And what about afterward?" Ron asked, voicing the question they had all been avoiding. "Once they've shown their hand, what then?" "We bring in McGonagall," Harry said firmly. "With evidence of attempted magical assault, use of restricted artifacts, smuggling of controlled substances. Assuming they don't simply flee the castle when their ritual fails," Draco pointed out. "Or try something more desperate." Pansy met his gaze directly. "That's why we need you there, Draco. To read the room, to help us understand how they might react." At 9:30, their allies departed to take their positions. Hermione hugged Harry tightly before leaving, then, to Pansy's surprise, gave her an awkward but genuine nod of solidarity. "Be careful," she said simply. "Both of you." Alone again, Pansy and Harry performed final preparations, checking that their wands were easily accessible, that the protective amulets were secure, that the communication charm linking them to Hermione was active. "Ready?" Harry asked as the time approached. Pansy straightened her robes, her expression resolute. "Let's go ruin some dark rituals, shall we?" They made their way through the quiet castle toward the dungeons. The reinforced bond hummed between them, a steady current of connection that felt reassuring in its stability. Through it, Pansy sensed Harry's focused determination, his controlled readiness for conflict. The abandoned classroom had been transformed when they arrived. Black cloths draped the walls, blocking windows and creating an atmosphere of complete darkness broken only by 7 black candles arranged in a specific pattern. A circle had been marked on the floor with what appeared to be crushed bone mixed with some dark powder, moonstone, perhaps, or something more sinister. Not, Zabini, Corvina Caro, and 3 other Slytherins Pansy recognized as children of imprisoned Death Eaters stood around the circle. Draco lingered near the door, his expression carefully neutral but his eyes alert. Pansy, not greeted, his satisfaction evident. And Potter. Right on time. Harry affected confusion, playing his role perfectly. "I thought this was a study session." "A different kind of study," Zabini said smoothly. "More, practical application than theory." Pansy felt the moment the wards activated, subtle magic sealing the room, blocking sound from escaping, preventing easy departure. She exchanged a glance with Harry, confirming he'd felt it too. "What's going on?" Harry demanded, his tone convincingly wary as he looked around at the ritual preparations. "A correction," Corvina said, her cold eyes gleaming in the candlelight. "A restoration of proper magical order." Not stepped forward. "You've been bound against your will, Potter. We're simply ensuring the binding functions as intended." "As intended by whom?" Harry challenged, his hand drifting toward his wand. "By those who understand the natural hierarchies of magical power," Not replied. "Your subjugation to a pure bloodline was meant to restore balance, to ensure your considerable influence serves proper magical interests." Pansy moved closer to Harry, ostensibly in support of Not's statement but actually positioning herself for better defensive coverage. "I've explained the ritual to him," she told Not. "He understands the necessity." Harry's incredulous expression was perfectly calibrated, betrayal mixed with dawning comprehension. "You knew about this? This was your plan all along?" "Not originally," Pansy said coolly. "But I've come to see the wisdom in it. Your power serving pure blood interests through our bond, it's an elegant solution to the current, political imbalance." The performance was convincing enough that several of the Slytherins relaxed slightly, believing Harry genuinely surprised and Pansy truly allied with their cause. "The ritual requires both participants within the circle," Not instructed, gesturing to the bone powder boundary. "Once inside, the bond can be properly aligned." Pansy nodded, taking Harry's arm as if guiding him. Through their connection, she felt his readiness, his magic gathering just beneath the surface of his control. "Now?" he asked through their bond, not in words, exactly, but in clear intent that their strengthened connection could somehow transmit. "Not yet," she responded similarly, marveling briefly at this new capability. "Let them begin the ritual. When the energy gathers, their vulnerability increases." Aloud, she said, "Come, Harry. It won't hurt if you don't resist." They stepped into the circle together. Immediately, Pansy felt the magic within it respond to their presence, ancient, hungry power eager for the transformation it had been designed to create. Not began the incantation, reading from the same ancient text they had examined. The Latin phrases rolled from his tongue with practiced precision, suggesting he had rehearsed extensively. The other Slytherins took positions around the circle, each lighting an additional black candle. Zabini approached with a silver bowl containing a swirling, opalescent liquid. "The binding agent," he explained. "It must be applied to both of you at the moment of realignment." As the ritual progressed, Pansy felt the magic building, not within their bond, which remained stable and resistant, but around them, pressing against the reinforced connection like water seeking entry through sealed cracks. "Anima dominatus, anima subjectus," not intoned. Soul dominant, soul submissive. The pressure intensified. Pansy felt Harry's discomfort through their bond, matching her own. The ritual magic was searching for vulnerabilities, for the controller/controlled dynamic it was designed to establish. Finding none, it began to destabilize. The first sign was subtle, the black candles flickering, their flames turning momentarily blue before returning to normal. Then more obvious, the circle of bone powder shifting slightly, particles rising and falling as if disturbed by an unseen wind. Nott faltered in his recitation, sensing the resistance. "Continue," he instructed sharply. "The bond is fighting the realignment. Apply the binding agent." Zabini stepped forward with the silver bowl, but as he approached, the opalescent liquid within began to churn violently, reacting to the conflicting magical energies. "Something's wrong," Corvina said sharply. "The energies aren't aligning properly." "Because the bond isn't what you think it is," Harry said, dropping all pretense of confusion. He straightened, his magic palpable now as he allowed it to surface. "It never was." Nott's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "You knew," he said, looking at Pansy. "You warned him." "Of course I did," Pansy replied, her own magic rising to meet Harry's, the two energies intertwining through their strengthened bond. "Did you really think I would help you enslave someone I'm soul-bound to? The magical backlash alone would destroy me." "Traitor," Corvina hissed, drawing her wand. "Blood traitor, just like Malfoy." The ritual magic, disrupted by the revelation and the conflicting energies, began to collapse in on itself. The circle of bone powder erupted upward, swirling in a miniature cyclone. The black candles flared blindingly bright, then extinguished simultaneously. "Stop the ritual," Draco warned from near the door. "The magical containment is failing." If that energy discharges uncontrolled, but it was too late. The building power, finding no proper channel through Harry and Pansy's resistant bond, surged outward in a wave of chaotic energy. Zabini's bowl of binding agent exploded, splattering the opalescent liquid across ritual participants. Where it touched skin, it burned with cold fire, drawing screams from those affected. "Protego!" Harry and Pansy cast simultaneously, their magic merging through their bond to create a shield of exceptional strength around themselves. Beyond their shield, chaos reigned. The ritual components, saturated with dark magic and new moon energy, reacted violently with each other and the ambient magic of Hogwarts itself. Wind howled within the sealed room, whipping the black drapes from walls and sending ritual implements flying. Nott, desperate to salvage something from the collapsing ritual, raised his wand toward Harry and Pansy. "Subjugatus," he shouted, a crude attempt at direct magical domination. The spell struck their combined shield and rebounded, hitting Nott squarely in the chest. He collapsed, his eyes glazed, temporarily subjected to his own domination spell. "We need to contain this," Harry shouted over the magical storm. "Before it damages the castle's foundations." Pansy nodded, already calculating. "A neutralizing counter-rhythm," she suggested. "Opposing elements to balance the ritual components." Together, they began a counter-incantation, not planned in advance but improvised through their shared magical understanding. Where Nott had invoked dominance and subjugation, they called for balance and restoration. Where the ritual had channeled absence and void through the new moon, they invoked completion and presence. Gradually, the chaotic energy began to stabilize. The howling wind diminished. The scattered ritual components stopped their frantic movement. As the magical storm subsided, the door burst open. Hermione, Ron, and Professor McGonagall stood in the entrance, wands drawn, faces grim. "What in Merlin's name is happening here?" McGonagall demanded, taking in the devastation and the scattered, injured Slytherins. "Attempted ritual modification of a soul bond," Hermione explained quickly. "We were monitoring from outside, but the magical containment prevented intervention until it collapsed." McGonagall's expression hardened as she surveyed the scene. "Unauthorized ritual magic. Restricted components. Attempted magical assault. Her gaze fell on Nott, still dazed from his rebounded spell. Explanations will be required. From all of you. In the aftermath, statements were taken. Ritual components were catalogued and confiscated. The injured were treated by Madame Pomfrey, who asked no questions but whose disapproving expression spoke volumes. Nott and his closest collaborators were suspended pending further investigation. The others received severe detention and restriction of privileges. The magical damage to the dungeon classroom was contained, though a lingering aura of disrupted energy would likely remain for months. Through it all, Pansy remained close to Harry, their bond humming with shared tension and relief. They had prevented the worst outcome, but the night's events had irrevocably changed their position within the school. "You'll face consequences within Slytherin House," Draco warned Pansy quietly as they gathered in McGonagall's office after providing their statements. "They'll see this as the ultimate betrayal." "I'm aware," Pansy replied, her voice steady despite her inner turmoil. She had chosen Harry over her house, protection over power. The repercussions would be significant and lasting. "But she won't face them alone," Harry said, his hand finding hers in a rare public acknowledgement of their connection. McGonagall, returning to her desk after seeing Nott and the others to temporary containment, noted the gesture with thoughtful eyes. "I believe alternate sleeping arrangements may be necessary for the immediate future," she said. "Miss Parkinson, your former housemates may harbor resentments that could pose a safety concern." "She's right," Hermione agreed. "Slytherin House won't be safe for you now, Pansy." The full weight of her choice settled on Pansy's shoulders. She had known the potential consequences, had calculated them carefully before warning Harry about the plot. But facing the reality, exile from the house that had been her home for 7 years, was still sobering. "There are guest quarters available," McGonagall continued. "Or perhaps." She hesitated, glancing between Harry and Pansy with perceptive eyes. "Perhaps your current arrangement remains most suitable, given your unique situation." "Our quarters are secure," Harry said. "And we've demonstrated we can defend ourselves if necessary." McGonagall nodded. "Very well. But additional protections will be implemented, and you will report any threats or concerns immediately. Is that understood?" As they left the headmistress's office, exhaustion finally catching up with them, Pansy felt the enormity of what had transpired. Not just the thwarted ritual, but her definitive choice. She had destroyed her standing in Slytherin House to protect Harry Potter. "Are you all right?" he asked quietly as they walked toward their quarters, the empty corridors echoing with their footsteps. Pansy considered the question seriously. "I don't know," she answered honestly. "I've effectively exiled myself from my house. Made enemies of people I've known since childhood. Destroyed any possibility of maintaining neutrality in the aftermath of the war." Harry was silent for a moment, respecting the significance of her loss. "Do you regret it?" he finally asked. Through their bond, Pansy felt his genuine concern, not for himself, but for her. He understood, perhaps better than anyone could, the cost of choosing one loyalty over another. "No," she said after a long pause. "I don't regret the choice itself. I'm simply adjusting to its implications." It was true, she realized. Despite the consequences, despite the sacrifice of her carefully cultivated Slytherin identity, she couldn't regret choosing protection over exploitation, partnership over control. "Thank you," Harry said simply, the words inadequate for what she had sacrificed but sincere nonetheless. Pansy managed a small, tired smile. "Don't get sentimental, Potter. I'm still a Slytherin at heart. Self-preservation, remember? Their ritual could have killed us both. But they both knew it was more than that. Through their strengthened bond, no pretense could really hold. She had chosen him, not just for self-preservation, but from something deeper. Something neither of them was quite ready to name. In their quarters, they found evidence of house self-attention, fresh tea, calming draught, bandages for minor injuries sustained during the magical chaos. They moved through evening routines in companionable silence, too drained for extensive conversation but finding comfort in shared space after shared danger. As Pansy prepared for bed, she heard a soft knock at her door. Opening it, she found Harry standing there, his expression troubled. "I keep thinking," he said without preamble, "about what happens now. With Slytherin House. With your future." Pansy leaned against the doorframe, too tired for pretense. "So do I. You've lost something important," he acknowledged. "Because of me. Because of this bond. Because of my choice," she corrected firmly. "Let's be clear about that, Harry. I chose this outcome with full awareness of the consequences." He nodded, accepting her assertion of agency. "Still, I want you to know, whatever happens next, whatever consequences come from tonight, you're not facing them alone." The simple declaration, coupled with the steady support she felt through their bond, cracked something in Pansy's carefully maintained composure. Not enough to bring tears, she was still Pansy Parkinson, after all, but enough that she had to look away briefly. "Thank you," she said quietly when she could trust her voice again. Harry reached out, his fingers lightly touching her arm, a brief point of contact that sent ripples through their bond. "Get some rest," he said. "Tomorrow will bring its own challenges." As she closed the door behind him, Pansy considered his words. Tomorrow would indeed bring challenges, the formal dismantling of her Slytherin connections, the establishment of new alliances, the navigation of a school environment where she was neither fully Slytherin nor anything else. But for the first time since the ritual that had bound them together, Pansy felt something like certainty. She had made her choice, had destroyed Slytherin House's plans to use her as a weapon against Harry. Whatever came next, that choice would define her path forward. She slept deeply that night, dreams filled not with serpents and shadows but with golden threads weaving patterns of protection and connection that stretched into an uncertain but somehow promising future. Chapter 3, From the Ashes. Whispers followed Pansy through the corridors of Hogwarts like persistent shadows, growing louder with each passing day. 2 weeks had passed since the failed ritual, 2 weeks since she had chosen Harry over Slytherin House, and the consequences manifested in 100 small cruelties. "Blood traitor." The words, hissed as she passed a group of younger Slytherins, were familiar by now. "Potter's puppet." That one always carried a special irony, given what she had prevented. Pansy kept her head high, her expression composed, revealing nothing of her inner turmoil as she made her way to the library. After 7 years of cultivating a specific persona within these halls, the sharp-tongued Slytherin princess, Draco Malfoy's devoted follower, a pure-blood loyal to ancient values, she now navigated an entirely new identity. Neither victim nor villain, but something more complex that the student body hadn't yet categorized to its satisfaction. The library offered temporary sanctuary. Tucked between towering shelves in the magical theory section, Pansy allowed herself a moment of unguarded exhaustion, leaning her forehead against cool leather-bound spines. "There you are," came a familiar voice. Harry approached, his presence in her awareness preceding his physical arrival thanks to their bond. "Hermione's found something interesting in the Department of Mysteries archives." "Another theory about breaking our bond?" Pansy asked, straightening and automatically composing her features. Harry shook his head. "Actually, the opposite. Information about strengthened bonds like ours, what happens when soul connections stabilize and mature." Something in his tone made Pansy study him more carefully. Through their connection, she sensed complex emotions, curiosity, hesitation, and something deeper she couldn't quite identify. "Should I be concerned?" she asked. "Not concerned, exactly." He gestured toward an isolated study table. "But it's worth discussing." As they settled across from each other, Pansy noted how their positioning had evolved over months together. No longer maintaining maximum distance, they now naturally sat close enough for quiet conversation, comfortable in each other's space. According to records from an unspeakable research project in the 1800s, Harry explained, soul bonds that have been deliberately strengthened through mutual ritual tend to develop enhanced capabilities. Pansy raised an eyebrow. What kind of capabilities? Shared magical amplification. Emotional regulation. And in some cases, a form of limited thought sharing. He hesitated. Have you noticed anything different since our strengthening ritual? Pansy considered the question. She had attributed the increased clarity of emotional transference to their growing familiarity, and the occasional flashes of Harry's intentions to intuition born from months together. But perhaps there was more to it. Sometimes I know what you're about to say before you say it, she admitted. And during the ritual conflict with Nott, we coordinated without speaking. Harry nodded. It's happening more frequently. Last night I woke up from a dream about the Black Lake, and I could tell you were dreaming about it too. Pansy remembered the dream, swimming through clear water, a sensation of weightless freedom. That's unsettling. Hermione says it's a natural progression. The bond is settling into its permanent form. The word hung between them, permanent. Despite months of research, despite consulting experts from the Department of Mysteries and even a discreet inquiry to an oracle in Greece, no safe method of severing their connection had emerged. The options remained the same: maintain their bond indefinitely or risk potentially fatal magical backlash attempting to break it. So we're developing a deeper connection rather than finding a way to separate, Pansy observed, her tone carefully neutral. Through their bond, Harry felt her conflicted emotions, resignation mingled with something less definable. Not quite acceptance, but no longer the desperate rejection she had initially shown. It appears that way, he confirmed. Though Hermione hasn't given up. She's corresponding with a magical theorist in Japan who specializes in soul magic. Pansy nodded, appreciating his persistent hope while recognizing its futility. 6 months after the ritual that had bound them, 3 months after they had deliberately strengthened that bond to protect against manipulation, the reality of their situation was increasingly clear. They were permanently connected, 2 lives irrevocably intertwined by magic neither had chosen but both had ultimately reinforced. Well, she said finally, if we're going to have enhanced capabilities, we might as well understand them. What else did Granger discover? As Harry outlined Hermione's findings, Pansy's attention was partially diverted by movement near the library entrance. A group of Slytherins had arrived, younger students, 3rd and 4th years, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. They glanced around until they spotted Pansy, then huddled in apparent debate. "We have company," she murmured, interrupting Harry's explanation. He followed her gaze, tensing slightly. Since the ritual incident, interactions with Slytherin House had been fraught with potential danger. Nott and his core conspirators had been suspended pending ministry investigation, but their influence lingered, particularly among those with family connections to imprisoned Death Eaters. To Pansy's surprise, the Slytherin group approached their table with determined expressions. Parkinson, said their apparent leader, a 4th-year named Eliza Selwyn whose family had managed to maintain neutrality during both Voldemort conflicts. "We need to speak with you. Privately." Pansy raised an eyebrow. "Anything you have to say can be said in front of Potter." The Slytherins exchanged glances. "It's about the house," Eliza said. "About changes happening." Interest piqued, Pansy studied them more carefully. These weren't Nott's followers, they represented a different faction within Slytherin, one that had kept its head down during both the war and its aftermath. 10 minutes, she decided. In the arithmancy section. Potter will maintain a respectful distance. Harry looked ready to object, but through their bond, she conveyed her assessment, no threat. Information gathering. He nodded reluctantly. 10 minutes, he agreed. I'll be nearby. As Harry moved to a table within sight but beyond earshot, Pansy followed the Slytherin delegation to the secluded arithmancy stacks. Arranging herself with deliberate poise against a shelf, she regarded them coolly. "Well?" Eliza straightened, clearly having rehearsed this moment. "Things are changing in Slytherin. With Nott and the others gone, there's a power vacuum. Different factions are emerging." "How fascinating," Pansy said dryly. And this concerns me how, exactly? In case you haven't noticed, I'm effectively excommunicated from Slytherin. That's just it, said another student. Pansy recognized him as Felix Rosier, whose parents had fled to France rather than take sides in the war. You opposed not. You stopped him from using dark magic to control Potter. That's significant. Pansy's expression remained impassive, though her interest sharpened. Go on. Some of us think Slytherin needs to change, Eliza continued. The old ways, blood purity, Dark Lord worship, antagonism with other houses, they led us nowhere good. We lost the war. We lost standing in the wizarding world. We lost respect. Many of our families stayed neutral, Felix added. Not out of cowardice but because we recognized a losing proposition. Now we're all painted with the same brush as the Death Eaters. Again, fascinating political analysis, Pansy said. But I fail to see what this has to do with me. Eliza met her gaze directly. We want you to come back to the common room. To speak with those of us who want change. You were one of the most influential Slytherins before everything. And now you've demonstrated a different path. The request was so unexpected that Pansy momentarily lost her practiced composure. You want me, the blood traitor, who betrayed Slytherin to protect Harry Potter, to advise you on house reformation. Who better? Felix asked simply. You understand our traditions, our values. But you've also seen beyond them. You've made choices that weren't conventional for a Slytherin. Pansy studied the group with new eyes. Young Slytherins seeking a different path, looking to her, of all people, for guidance. The irony was almost too perfect. I'll consider it, she said finally. But I'll need guarantees of safety. Not may be gone, but his sympathizers remain. We can arrange that, Eliza assured her. There are more of us than you might think. Not everyone was comfortable with what Not was planning. As the Slytherins departed, Pansy remained in the arithmancy section, processing this unexpected development. Harry joined her moments later, his curiosity evident both in his expression and through their bond. What was that about? He asked. Apparently, Pansy said with faint disbelief, I've become a symbol of Slytherin reformation. They want my guidance on creating a new house identity. Harry's surprise quickly gave way to thoughtful consideration. It makes a certain sense, he said. You demonstrated the courage to stand against your house's worst elements, but you're still fundamentally Slytherin in your approach and understanding. I betrayed my house, Pansy pointed out. That's not exactly a qualification for leadership. You betrayed a corrupted vision of your house, Harry corrected. There's a difference. Pansy leaned against the bookshelf, suddenly weary. I don't know what Slytherin house even means anymore, Harry. For 7 years, it meant a very specific set of values and behaviors. Ambition. Cunning. Pure-blood pride. Solidarity against outsiders. Those aren't inherently negative traits, Harry observed. Ambition drives achievement. Cunning solves problems. Pride in heritage can be positive without being exclusionary. Loyalty to your group is admirable when it doesn't come at others' expense. Pansy looked at him with new appreciation. When did you become so nuanced in your understanding of Slytherin? A smile touched his lips. Sometime between being magically married to a Slytherin and watching her choose protection over power. The simple statement, delivered without fanfare, nonetheless stirred something deep within Pansy. Through their bond, she felt Harry's genuine respect, not grudging tolerance or pragmatic alliance, but authentic appreciation for the choice she had made. I'll talk to them, she decided. See what they're really proposing. At minimum, it's valuable intelligence about shifting dynamics within the house. Harry nodded, recognizing her practical reasoning while sensing the deeper consideration beneath it. I'll go with you, of course. Of course, Pansy agreed, the words carrying none of the resentment they might have held months earlier. Their forced proximity had long since evolved from burden to partnership. As they gathered their belongings and left the library, Pansy found herself contemplating the strange twist her life had taken. 6 months ago, she had been a victim of dark magic, unwillingly bound to her family's enemy. Now she was being asked to help reshape the very house whose values had led to that binding. Perhaps, she reflected, there was a certain justice in that symmetry. The Slytherin common room fell silent as Pansy entered, Harry close behind her. Greenish light filtered through the lake windows, casting familiar aquatic patterns across stone walls she had once considered home. 3 weeks had passed since the younger Slytherin's approach in the library, 3 weeks of careful negotiation and planning for this moment. Approximately 20 students had gathered, ranging from second years to 7th years, with Draco among the older contingent. Noticeably absent were those most closely aligned with Nott and his conspirators, either suspended, keeping a low profile, or deliberately excluded from this meeting. Parkinson, Draco acknowledged, stepping forward to effectively serve as host. Potter. The use of surnames maintained necessary formality, though Pansy detected the subtle warmth in Draco's tone that had developed through their shared experiences. "Thank you for arranging this, Malfoy," Harry replied with equal formality, his hand resting lightly at the small of Pansy's back, a gesture of support that did not go unnoticed by the watching Slytherins. Eliza Selwyn rose from her seat near the fireplace. "We appreciate you coming, Pansy. Both of you. We know it can't have been an easy decision." Pansy surveyed the room, assessing the gathered students with practiced Slytherin calculation. "Before we begin, I want to be clear, I'm here to listen and potentially advise. I'm not staging a coup or claiming leadership. My status within Slytherin is complicated. That's precisely why we wanted you here," Felix Rosier said. "Your perspective is unique." Draco gestured to the arrangement of chairs they had prepared, a loose circle rather than the hierarchical seating that typically characterized Slytherin gatherings. "Shall we?" As they settled into the circle, Pansy maintained her composed exterior while feeling Harry's supportive presence through their bond. He had agreed to attend primarily as observer, recognizing that his direct involvement in Slytherin internal politics would be counterproductive. To begin, Eliza said once everyone was seated, we should acknowledge the situation. Slytherin House is fractured. The suspended students will likely not return, but their influence remains. Meanwhile, our house reputation continues to suffer from association with the Dark Lord and his supporters. The other houses don't trust us, added a fifth-year boy Pansy recognized as Nathaniel Greengrass, Daphne's cousin. Even professors treat us with suspicion. Career opportunities are limited for known Slytherins. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the circle. "This isn't just about image," Draco interjected, his voice carrying the weight of personal experience. "It's about survival. The wizarding world is changing. The old pureblood networks that sustained previous generations of Slytherins are diminished or disbanded. We need new pathways forward." Pansy studied the faces around her, noting the varying degrees of desperation and determination. "What exactly are you proposing? Abandoning Slytherin traditions entirely? Pretending we're suddenly Hufflepuffs with green ties?" "Of course not," Felix said firmly. "We're proposing evolution, not revolution. Slytherin qualities, ambition, resourcefulness, determination, fraternity, remain valuable. But their application needs to change. Ambition directed toward rebuilding, not dominating," Eliza elaborated. "Resourcefulness applied to adaptation rather than resistance. Determination focused on proving ourselves through achievement rather than bloodline. Fraternity that supports without excluding." It was a compelling vision, Pansy had to admit. A Slytherin house that maintained its distinctive character while shedding the toxic elements that had ultimately led to its downfall. "And you want my input on this transformation because," she prompted, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because you've lived it," Nathaniel said simply. "You were raised with traditional Slytherin values. You embodied them at Hogwarts. But when faced with a critical choice, you demonstrated the capacity to evolve. You chose protection over power," Felix added, echoing Harry's earlier observation so precisely that Pansy wondered if they had somehow coordinated. That's the essence of what we're trying to achieve, redirecting Slytherin qualities toward constructive rather than destructive ends. Pansy felt Harry's emotions through their bond, pride, encouragement, and a touch of amusement at seeing her discomfiture with being cast as a moral exemplar. I made one choice, she said carefully. In very specific circumstances. I'm hardly a paragon of reformed Slytherin virtue. No one is asking you to be, Draco interjected, his grey eyes meeting hers with understanding born of shared history. We're asking you to share your perspective on how Slytherin can adapt without losing its identity. The conversation continued for over an hour, delving into practical considerations, how to manage relationships with other houses, approaches to internal house governance, strategies for rehabilitating Slytherin's reputation in the broader wizarding world. Throughout, Pansy found herself drawn into increasingly active participation. Her instinct for political maneuvering, honed through years of Slytherin hierarchy navigation, proved unexpectedly valuable in constructive contexts. The core issue, she observed as the discussion reached its natural conclusion, is that Slytherin has always defined itself in opposition, to other houses, to Muggle influence, to changing social norms. That positioning served a purpose when Slytherins held power, but it's self-defeating now. So what's the alternative? Eliza asked. Definition through positive contribution, Pansy said, the words emerging from realizations she hadn't fully articulated even to herself. Slytherin ambition directed toward advancement that benefits not just ourselves but the institutions we're part of. Proving our value through what we create rather than what we oppose. The room fell silent, absorbing her words. Through their bond, Pansy felt Harry's reaction, not surprise, exactly, but a warm acknowledgement, as if he had always seen this capacity in her and was pleased to find it emerging. It won't be easy, Draco cautioned, breaking the silence. There will be resistance, both within Slytherin and from those who prefer to see us as unredeemable. When has Slytherin ever chosen a path because it was easy? Pansy countered, drawing small smiles from around the circle. As the meeting concluded, arrangements were made for follow-up discussions and specific initiatives. Pansy found herself committed to regular advisory sessions with the reform-minded Slytherins, a role she had not anticipated but found herself unexpectedly willing to fulfill. That went well, Harry observed quietly as they prepared to leave the common room. Better than expected. Pansy nodded, still processing the experience. It's not just talk. They're genuinely searching for a new direction. Under your guidance, Harry added, his tone carefully neutral though his emotions through their bond revealed his pride. Don't exaggerate, Pansy said dryly. I'm a cautionary tale at best, an advisor at most. Before Harry could respond, Draco approached them at the common room entrance. A moment. They stepped aside, allowing other students to pass. Once they were relatively private, Draco's composed expression softened slightly. Thank you, he said simply. This means more than you know, Pansy. Especially coming from you. I haven't done anything yet, she pointed out. You came back, Draco said. After everything that happened, you were willing to return and engage. That alone sends a powerful message. Pansy felt unexpected emotion tightening her throat. Draco had been her closest friend for years before the ritual that had bound her to Harry. Their relationship had necessarily changed in the aftermath, but this moment recalled their earlier connection, the mutual understanding that had once defined their friendship. It's in my interest to have a Slytherin house I can actually visit without fearing for my safety, she said, deflecting with characteristic pragmatism. Draco's knowing smile suggested he saw through her deflection. His gaze shifted to Harry. Potter. A word in private? Harry glanced at Pansy, a silent question passing through their bond. She nodded slightly. They had discovered that their connection allowed brief separations within the same general area without discomfort. As Harry stepped away with Draco, Pansy found herself approached by Eliza and Felix. You've given us a framework, Eliza said. Something concrete to build around. Don't overstate my contribution, Pansy cautioned. I've offered observations, not a comprehensive plan. Sometimes observations are what we need most, Felix replied. Fresh perspectives on familiar challenges. Across the room, Pansy could see Harry and Draco engaged in serious conversation. Through their bond, she sensed Harry's emotions, surprise, consideration, and eventually a firm resolution. Whatever Draco was proposing, Harry appeared to be accepting. We should go, she told the younger Slytherins. But I'll return next week as promised. As she and Harry left the common room, emerging into the dungeon corridor, Pansy's curiosity got the better of her. What did Draco want? Harry hesitated, seeming to weigh his response. He asked for my support with something. A ministry matter related to Slytherin rehabilitation. That's deliberately vague, Pansy observed. It's complicated, Harry acknowledged. And still in planning stages. But potentially important for what these students are trying to achieve. Though not entirely satisfied, Pansy recognized Harry's need for discretion. Their bond had taught them both to respect certain boundaries despite their deepening connection. As they made their way back to their quarters, Pansy found herself contemplating the meeting's implications. She had returned to Slytherin not as a supplicant seeking readmission, but as an advisor helping chart a new course. It was not a role she had ever envisioned for herself, yet it felt strangely fitting, a way of reconciling her past identity with her current circumstances. You were brilliant in there, Harry said as they entered their rooms. The way you articulated what Slytherin could become without abandoning what makes it distinctive. Pansy shrugged off the praise, though his genuine admiration warmed her through their bond. I was stating the obvious. Slytherin needs to adapt or become irrelevant. It wasn't just what you said, but how you said it, Harry persisted, settling into his favorite armchair. You spoke their language while challenging their assumptions. It's exactly what they needed. Now you're an expert on Slytherin psychology. Pansy teased, though without her former acidity. Harry smiled. I'm married to a Slytherin. Some understanding was bound to develop. The casual reference to their magical marriage, something that once would have provoked immediate tension, now passed between them as simple acknowledgement of their reality. In the 6 months since the ritual, their relationship had evolved from hostile cohabitation to something like partnership, colored by growing mutual respect. Do you think they can actually change Slytherin House? Harry asked more seriously. Pansy considered the question, settling into the chair opposite his. Not overnight. Not completely. But they have something powerful driving them, pragmatic self-interest. Slytherins understand that motivation better than idealistic appeals to virtue. Self-interest aligned with broader benefit, Harry observed. It's not so different from what motivates many Gryffindors, just approached from a different angle. Pansy raised an eyebrow. Careful, Potter. That kind of nuanced thinking might damage your house reputation. His laugh filled the room, genuine amusement that flowed through their bond like sunshine. These moments, of unexpected connection, of mutual understanding that transcended their different backgrounds, had become increasingly common as their bond matured. Later that night, preparing for bed in her separate room, a arrangement maintained despite their growing comfort with each other, Pansy found herself reflecting on the day's events. Her return to the Slytherin common room represented more than a single meeting, it marked the beginning of a potential transformation, both for her former house and for her relationship to it. Through the bond, she sensed Harry still awake in his own room, his emotions a complex mix of hope and consideration. Whatever Draco had proposed clearly occupied his thoughts, though he had chosen not to share details yet. Pansy sent a gentle query through their connection, not words, but a questioning feeling. Harry's response came similarly, reassurance tinged with anticipation. Not tonight, the feeling suggested, but soon. As she drifted toward sleep, Pansy acknowledged how natural this nonverbal communication had become. Their strengthened bond continued to develop in unexpected ways, creating a connection that transcended conventional interaction. Whether this deepening bond represented further entrapment or evolving opportunity remained to be seen. But Pansy found herself increasingly inclined toward the latter interpretation, a perspective she would have rejected outright months earlier. Change, it seemed, was possible after all, for Slytherin House and for herself. Absolutely not, Pansy stated flatly, arms crossed as she faced Harry across their sitting room. It's political suicide. Harry ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair, frustration and determination flowing through their bond. It's the right thing to do, Pansy. And potentially transformative for both houses. 2 weeks had passed since their first meeting with the Slytherin reformers. In that time, Pansy had become more actively involved in their efforts, providing strategic guidance while maintaining appropriate distance. Meanwhile, Harry had been engaged in mysterious correspondence and meetings, culminating in this evening's revelation of Draco's proposal. A joint Gryffindor-Slytherin initiative for ministry internships, Pansy repeated incredulously. With applicants required to partner across house lines for consideration. You can't seriously believe this will work. That's exactly why it needs to happen, Harry insisted. The ministry's unofficial bias against Slytherin applicants is real. This creates a pathway that neutralizes that bias while fostering exactly the kind of inter-house cooperation Hogwarts needs. Pansy paced the length of their sitting room, analytical mind racing. Let me understand this correctly. Draco wants you, Harry Potter, Gryffindor hero extraordinaire, to publicly sponsor a program that gives Slytherins access to ministry positions through partnership with Gryffindors. Yes, Harry confirmed. With Kingsley's tentative approval and McGonagall's support. And you don't see how this could be perceived? The optics of Slytherins using Gryffindor connections to gain influence. The potential backlash from both sides. I see the risks, Harry acknowledged. But I also see the potential benefits. Practical experience of cooperation between houses with historically adversarial relationships. Meaningful career opportunities for Slytherins based on merit rather than family connections. Gryffindors gaining exposure to Slytherin strategic thinking. Pansy stopped pacing, studying him with narrowed eyes. You've given this serious thought. Of course I have, Harry said, a hint of exasperation coloring his tone. Contrary to popular belief, I don't just rush into things without consideration. Through their bond, Pansy felt the sincerity behind his words, and something else, hope. Not naive optimism, but the hard-earned hope of someone who had seen the worst of human division and still believed in the possibility of reconciliation. It would be challenging to implement, she said, her tone shifting from outright rejection to careful analysis. The selection criteria would need to be impeccable to avoid accusations of favoritism or manipulation. Harry's expression brightened at her implicit shift from opposition to problem-solving. That's where you come in. Your understanding of both Slytherin dynamics and political perception would be invaluable in structuring the program. Pansy raised an eyebrow. You want me involved? Officially? As a consultant initially, Harry confirmed. With potential for a more formal role if the pilot succeeds. The proposal was unexpectedly appealing. Since leaving Grimmauld Place for Hogwarts, Pansy had given little thought to her post-graduation plans. The bond with Harry complicated traditional career paths, and her family connections, once her primary asset, had become liabilities in the post-war landscape. This is Draco's idea, she said, still processing. But you've expanded it. Harry nodded. He proposed the basic concept. I've been developing it with Hermione and Kingsley. And now you want my input. Your partnership, Harry corrected quietly. The word hung between them, laden with significance beyond this specific project. Partnership, not just in their unavoidable bond, but in purposeful collaboration towards something constructive. Pansy moved to the window, gazing out at the grounds while organizing her thoughts. After a moment, she turned back to Harry. I'll need to see the complete proposal, she said decisively. All documents, correspondence, draft criteria. And direct access to Kingsley for clarification on ministry considerations. Relief and satisfaction flowed through their bond as Harry nodded. "I can arrange that. Hermione has compiled everything in a rather intimidating binder." "Of course she has," Pansy said dryly. "I assume we'll need to present this to the Slytherin Reform Group." "Eventually," Harry agreed. "But first we need a solid framework that addresses potential concerns from both sides." As they settled into detailed discussion of the internship initiative, Pansy marveled at how naturally they had fallen into collaborative problem-solving. Harry's Gryffindor directness complemented her Slytherin strategic thinking. His moral compass balanced her pragmatism. Her attention to political perception enhanced his focus on substantive impact. It was, she realized with faint surprise, an effective partnership, one that extended beyond their personal circumstances to matters of genuine consequence. The following week saw intensive development of the internship program, with Pansy bringing her considerable analytical abilities to bear on potential pitfalls and strategic positioning. Working sessions with Hermione, once a source of tension, became productive collaborations as they refined selection criteria and implementation timelines. The key, Pansy explained during a particularly intensive meeting in their quarters, is ensuring that both Gryffindor and Slytherin participants feel they're bringing equal value to their partnerships. If Slytherins perceive themselves as dependent on Gryffindor sponsorship, or Gryffindors view themselves as reluctant chaperones for Slytherin ambition, the program fails before it begins. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, making notes on an already crowded parchment. "What if we structure it around complementary skills? Each partnership would need to demonstrate how their combined abilities create something stronger than either could achieve individually." "That could work," Harry agreed. "It shifts focus from house identity to individual contribution. While still acknowledging the distinct qualities each house tends to cultivate," Pansy added. "Gryffindor direct action balanced by Slytherin strategic consideration." Practical implementation. The bond between her and Harry hummed with shared purpose during these sessions, their connection facilitating a level of intellectual synchronization that surprised even Hermione. Increasingly, they could build on each other's ideas almost instantaneously, sensing directions of thought through their strengthened link. "You two are a bit unnerving when you get going," Ron observed during one such meeting, watching as Harry and Pansy rapidly developed a complex selection matrix with minimal verbal communication. "It's like watching one person thinking with two brains." Pansy shot him a sharp look, but there was no malice in Weasley's observation, just bemused acceptance of their unusual situation. 3 weeks into planning, they presented the refined proposal to the Slytherin Reform Group in a carefully orchestrated session. Draco, acting as liaison between various stakeholders, arranged for McGonagall's presence to lend institutional credibility. "This initiative," Harry explained to the assembled Slytherins, "represents a practical application of the principles you've been discussing. Slytherin ambition and strategic thinking finding expression through structured collaboration rather than isolated advancement." Pansy, standing beside him, added, "It addresses a real barrier facing Slytherin graduates in the current political climate while creating tangible benefits for all participants. Most importantly, it positions Slytherin qualities as valuable assets rather than suspicious liabilities." The response was cautiously positive, with substantive questions about implementation rather than reflexive rejection. Even McGonagall seemed impressed by the program's thoughtful structure and potential for meaningful house integration. "I must say," she commented afterward, "when Mr. Malfoy first approached me with this concept, I had reservations. But the framework you've developed demonstrates remarkable attention to both practical realities and deeper principles of interhouse cooperation." Her gaze moved between Harry and Pansy, a knowing expression suggesting she understood their joint contribution. "Perhaps there are unexpected benefits to your unique situation after all." Later that evening, as they returned to their quarters, Pansy found herself in rare agreement with McGonagall's assessment. Their bond, once a prison, then a grudging partnership, had facilitated collaboration that might otherwise have been impossible. "We work well together," Harry observed as they settled in their sitting room, echoing her thoughts with the synchronicity that had become commonplace between them. "Beyond just managing our bond." "Don't sound so surprised, Potter," Pansy replied, though without her former sharpness. Slytherin and Gryffindor qualities can be complementary when properly aligned. Through their connection, she felt his satisfaction, not smug vindication, but genuine pleasure in their effective partnership. It mirrored her own unexpected contentment with their collaborative dynamic. "The internship program is just the beginning," Harry said after a moment. "If it succeeds, it creates a template for other initiatives. Academic partnerships. Quidditch cross-training. Maybe eventually a complete reimagining of house separation." "One step at a time," Pansy cautioned, though she found his enthusiasm oddly compelling. "Cultural change requires patience and strategic implementation. Push too far too fast, and you trigger resistance rather than adaptation." Harry smiled, the expression warming their bond. "And that perspective right there is why we need Slytherins involved in reconstruction. You see pitfalls I'd charge straight into." The simple acknowledgement of her value, not despite her Slytherin identity but because of it, stirred something deep within Pansy. Throughout her life, her Slytherin qualities had been alternately celebrated within her family's circle and vilified in the broader world. Harry's appreciation of her perspective as constructive rather than suspicious represented something entirely new. "We should get some rest," she said, deflecting from emotions she wasn't quite ready to examine. "The ministry presentation is tomorrow, and Kingsley's department heads will need more convincing than idealistic students." Harry nodded, rising from his chair. Before heading to his separate bedroom, he paused, looking back at her with unexpected solemnity. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for being willing to build something constructive from our situation. I know it wasn't your choice initially, but what you're doing now, with the internship program, with Slytherin House, it matters, Pansy." The simple sincerity of his words left her momentarily speechless. Through their bond, his emotions flowed clear and unguarded, respect, gratitude, and something warmer that neither of them had yet named aloud. "Well," she managed finally, "someone has to ensure you don't implement your reformist ideas with typical Gryffindor subtlety. Might as well be me." His smile suggested he saw through her deflection but accepted it nonetheless. "Good night, Pansy." "Good night, Harry." As his door closed, Pansy remained in the sitting room, contemplating the day's events and her own evolving position. 6 months earlier, the idea that she would be collaborating with Harry Potter on ministry initiatives and Slytherin reformation would have seemed absurd. Now it felt like a natural extension of their bond, not just the magical connection imposed upon them, but the partnership they had consciously developed. What that partnership might become, and what it meant for their future beyond Hogwarts, remained uncertain. But for perhaps the first time since the ritual that had bound them together, Pansy found herself looking forward to discovering the answer. The great hall buzzed with anticipation, students gathered in unusual configurations that defied traditional house separations. At the front, where the professor's table normally stood, a temporary stage had been erected for the evening's unprecedented event, the official launch of the Interhouse Collaborative Initiatives, beginning with the Ministry Internship Program. 2 months of intensive development had culminated in this moment. Ministry approval, secured through Harry's influence and the program's evident merit. Hogwarts institutional support, championed by McGonagall despite some professors' reservations. And most challenging of all, student buy-in across house lines, cultivated through carefully structured information sessions and strategic recruitment of influential figures from each house. Pansy surveyed the gathering from a side entrance, noting with satisfaction the tentative mingling of green-trimmed robes with red, blue, and yellow. The Slytherin Reform Group had expanded its influence considerably, though pockets of resistance remained, particularly among older students with familial connections to imprisoned Death Eaters. "Nervous?" Harry asked, appearing beside her with 2 glasses of pumpkin juice. She accepted one with a raised eyebrow. "Slytherins don't get nervous. We assess and adapt." Through their bond, his amusement rippled warm and familiar. After 7 months together, they had developed a comfortable rhythm of banter that acknowledged their different perspectives without the former hostility. "Well, I'm nervous enough for both of us," he admitted, sipping his juice. "This is the most public thing we've done together since." Since our forced magical marriage became front-page news. Pansy supplied dryly. Exactly. Harry's gaze moved across the gathering students. Though at least this time we're controlling the narrative. Controlling the narrative had indeed been central to their strategy. Rather than hiding their bond or treating it as an awkward impediment, they had positioned their unique connection as symbolic of the potential for meaningful collaboration between historically opposed groups. Not everyone accepted this framing, of course, but it provided a constructive context for their joint leadership of the initiative. "It's time," Hermione announced, approaching with a clipboard that had become her constant companion during planning. "McGonagall's ready to begin." Harry offered his arm to Pansy, a formal gesture they had discussed in advance, acknowledging their partnership without overemphasizing their personal connection. She accepted it with practiced elegance, and together they moved toward the stage where McGonagall waited with Kingsley Shacklebolt and other dignitaries. As they took their places, Pansy felt the weight of collective attention, hundreds of students watching with reactions ranging from curious interest to outright skepticism. She maintained her composed expression, the poise she had cultivated through years of pure-blood social training serving her well in this moment of scrutiny. McGonagall stepped forward, her voice magically amplified to reach the entire hall. "Students of Hogwarts, distinguished guests, I welcome you to this historic occasion. Tonight marks the beginning of a new chapter in our school's development, one that honors our house traditions while transcending the divisions that have sometimes limited our collective potential." Her speech continued, outlining the philosophical underpinnings of the initiative before introducing Kingsley, who explained the ministry's commitment to diverse recruitment and collaborative approaches to post-war reconstruction. Finally, it was time for Harry and Pansy's presentation. As they stepped forward together, a murmur rippled through the gathered students, the visual impact of Harry Potter and Pansy Parkinson presenting as unified partners still striking despite months of their visible association. 7 months ago, Harry began, his voice steady despite the nervousness Pansy could feel through their bond. "Magic bound me to Pansy Parkinson in circumstances neither of us chose. That binding could have been a prison for us both. Instead, it became an opportunity to discover what's possible when different perspectives and traditions come together in genuine partnership." Pansy took up the narrative, her clear voice projecting confidence. "The initiative we present tonight extends that discovery beyond our personal circumstances. It creates structured opportunities for students from different houses to combine their distinct strengths toward shared goals. Slytherin strategic thinking with Gryffindor decisive action. Ravenclaw analytical depth with Hufflepuff practical implementation." Together, they outlined the specific components of the initiative, beginning with the ministry internship program but extending to academic collaborations, community service projects, and eventually a comprehensive review of house structures themselves. "Tradition has value," Harry emphasized. "House identity cultivates important qualities and creates communities of support. We're not seeking to eliminate those distinctions, but to transform them from barriers into bridges. Practical benefits accompany philosophical goals," Pansy added, addressing the pragmatic considerations that would appeal particularly to her fellow Slytherins. "Ministry internships provide career advancement. Cross-house academic partnerships improve educational outcomes. Collaborative projects create networking opportunities that extend beyond Hogwarts." As they concluded their presentation and invited questions, Pansy felt a curious sense of fulfillment. This wasn't the future she had envisioned for herself before the binding ritual, not remotely, yet she found genuine satisfaction in what they were building together. The question session revealed ongoing concerns and resistance, particularly from older Slytherins who viewed the initiative as capitulation to post-war political pressure. Pansy addressed these directly, neither apologizing for the approach nor dismissing the underlying anxieties. "Slytherin House faces a choice," she stated in response to a particularly pointed question about abandoning house traditions. "We can cling to approaches that have demonstrably failed, leading to marginalization and diminished influence, or we can adapt those traditions to a changed reality. True Slytherin ambition recognizes when tactical adjustments serve strategic advancement." Her forthright assessment earned reluctant nods from even some skeptics. Through their bond, She felt Harry's admiration for her handling of the difficult questions, his genuine appreciation for her ability to speak to Slytherin concerns in language they understood and respected. As the formal presentation concluded and the gathering transitioned to a more casual reception, students and faculty circulated, examining detailed information about specific program components and discussing potential applications. "That went well," Hermione observed, joining them at the edge of the hall. "Better than expected, honestly." "Don't sound so surprised, Granger," Pansy replied, though without real bite. Their months of collaboration had established, if not friendship exactly, then a functional working relationship built on mutual respect. "The real test comes with implementation," Harry noted, accepting congratulations from passing students with practiced graciousness. "Getting commitment is one thing, sustaining engagement through inevitable challenges is another." Draco approached their small group, his expression carefully composed but satisfaction evident in his bearing. "Congratulations," he said simply. "You've accomplished something significant here." "We've begun something significant," Pansy corrected. "Sustaining it will require consistent effort, especially within Slytherin." "Speaking of which," Draco said, lowering his voice, "there's movement among the holdouts. Not open rebellion, but organized resistance to the reform agenda. They're portraying it as capitulation to anti-Slytherin prejudice." Pansy nodded, unsurprised. "Who's leading it?" "Adrian Pusey's younger brother primarily. With support from several seventh years whose families lost position after the war." Harry frowned, concern flowing through their bond. "Is this something we need to address directly?" "Not yet," Pansy decided after consideration. Direct confrontation would only reinforce their narrative of reform as outside imposition. Better to demonstrate positive outcomes that undermine their opposition organically. As the reception continued, Pansy found herself approached by a steady stream of students, not just Slytherins but representatives from all houses, curious about different aspects of the initiative. She handled these interactions with practiced poise, neither overselling the program nor minimizing legitimate concerns. "You're very good at this," Harry observed during a rare quiet moment, his tone suggesting he was noting something he had long suspected rather than making a new discovery. "At what specifically?" Pansy asked, accepting a cup of punch from a passing house elf. "Balancing honesty about challenges with confidence in outcomes," he clarified. "You don't promise what you can't deliver, but you create belief in what's possible." The observation was unexpectedly perceptive, and flattering. "That's basic Slytherin leadership," Pansy said, deflecting slightly. "Realistic assessment coupled with strategic vision." Through their bond, she felt Harry's response, not just acknowledgement of her explanation, but appreciation for the quality itself. In the 7 months since their binding, his understanding of Slytherin attributes had evolved considerably, moving from simplistic suspicion to nuanced recognition of both strengths and limitations. As the evening wound down, McGonagall approached them, her expression thoughtful. "A promising beginning," she said, surveying the mingling students. "Though the path ahead remains challenging." "We're prepared for that, Professor," Harry assured her. McGonagall's gaze moved between them, assessing. "I must admit, when you first returned to Hogwarts with your unusual circumstance, I had concerns about potential disruption. Instead, you've channeled your situation into constructive innovation." A rare smile touched her lips. "Perhaps there are indeed unexpected benefits to cross-house collaboration." After the headmistress moved on, Pansy found herself momentarily reflective. McGonagall's observation echoed her own recent thoughts, that their forced binding, initially perceived as punishment, had created possibilities neither would have explored voluntarily. "We should circulate a bit more," Harry suggested, noting several ministry officials still engaged in conversation with students. Kingsley mentioned that the Department of International Magical Cooperation is particularly interested in our approach. As they moved through the remaining attendees, maintaining their public partnership with practiced ease, Pansy found herself contemplating the evening's significance. Beyond the specific initiative, something fundamental had shifted in their positioning, both within Hogwarts and in their personal narrative. No longer merely victims of dark magic struggling to manage an unwanted bond, they have become architects of institutional change, their unique connection reframed as catalyst rather than constraint. Whether everyone accepted this narrative was immaterial, they had claimed agency over their situation in a way that transformed limitation into possibility. Later, returning to their quarters after the last guests had departed, Pansy felt a curious mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. The launch had succeeded beyond realistic expectations, with more student sign-ups for the initial programs than they had dared hope for. "I think we've actually done it," Harry said as they settled into their sitting room, loosening his formal tie with evident relief. "Created something genuinely constructive from our situation." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Potter," Pansy cautioned, though without her former sharpness. "Implementation will reveal obstacles we haven't anticipated. Resistance will evolve as traditionalists recognize the genuine threat to established hierarchies." Harry smiled, familiar with her instinctive caution. "Always preparing for complications." "Someone needs to balance your Gryffindor optimism," she replied dryly. Through their bond, warm amusement flowed between them, a comfortable exchange that acknowledged their different approaches without judgment. 7 months of connection had created an understanding that transcended their superficial differences, revealing complementary qualities beneath divergent expressions. "There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you," Harry said after a moment, his tone shifting toward seriousness. "About our future after Hogwarts." Pansy felt his emotions through their bond, determination tinged with uncertainty, resolution coupled with concern for her response. "That sounds ominous," she observed, maintaining outward composure despite her immediate attention. "Not ominous. Just, significant." Harry leaned forward in his chair, green eyes meeting hers directly. "The Department of Mysteries has completed their research on our bond. Hermione received their final report yesterday." Pansy's heart quickened, though she kept her expression neutral. "And? It's permanent," Harry said simply. "At least, with any methods currently known or theoretically projected. The combination of the original ritual and our subsequent strengthening created a connection that's fundamentally integrated with our magical cores." Though they had both suspected this conclusion for months, having it confirmed with such finality still affected Pansy more than she had anticipated. Not despair exactly, she had moved beyond that reaction long ago, but a complex mixture of resignation, acceptance, and something less definable. "I see," she said carefully. "So we remain connected for life. Perpetually within 3 miles of each other, sharing emotional awareness, with gradually developing capabilities we can't fully predict." Harry nodded, watching her closely. "That's the practical reality. Which means we need to consider how we structure our lives going forward." "Practical accommodations," Pansy acknowledged. "Career choices that allow proximity. Living arrangements that balance connection with appropriate boundaries." "Yes," Harry agreed. "But also something more fundamental." He hesitated, gathering his thoughts. "If we're permanently connected, we have a choice about how we frame that connection, both to ourselves and to others." Pansy raised an eyebrow, sensing the direction of his thinking through their bond but wanting him to articulate it directly. "We can continue as we have been," Harry continued, "managing our bond as a circumstance imposed upon us, making the best of a situation we didn't choose. Or, Pansy prompted when he paused. "Or we can acknowledge that whatever began our connection, what exists between us now is something we've built together. Something with value beyond mere accommodation." The suggestion hung between them, significant in its implications. Through their bond, Pansy felt Harry's emotional state, not pressure for a particular response, but openness about his own perspective and genuine interest in hers. "You're suggesting we move from reluctant partners to, what exactly?" she asked, her tone deliberately neutral despite the momentous nature of the conversation. "I'm suggesting we recognize what's already happened," Harry said simply. "Our bond started as imprisonment, yes. But it's evolved into partnership. Collaboration. Mutual support. Those aren't small things, Pansy." He was right, she knew. Over 7 months, their relationship had transformed profoundly. From hostile cohabitation to grudging cooperation to effective partnership to something neither had fully defined but both increasingly valued. What would this recognition entail, practically speaking? Pansy asked, her analytical mind seeking concrete parameters. That depends partly on what we both want, Harry replied. But I envision a conscious decision to build our future together rather than despite each other. Shared living arrangements designed for mutual comfort rather than minimal tolerance. Career paths that complement rather than merely accommodate each other. Social integration rather than parallel existence. As he outlined this vision, Pansy felt something shift within her, a crystallization of thoughts she had been avoiding for weeks, perhaps months. The realization that she no longer viewed their bond primarily as constraint but increasingly as connection. That Harry's presence in her life had become something she valued rather than merely endured. "You're proposing we embrace our magical marriage as something real," she said finally, naming directly what he had approached more carefully. Harry met her gaze steadily. "I'm proposing we acknowledge that whatever label we use, what exists between us has become real through our choices, not just through magic." The distinction was important, Pansy recognized. He wasn't suggesting romantic declarations or conventional domesticity, but rather honest recognition of the meaningful connection they had developed within their unique circumstances. "This is a significant decision," she said after a moment. "One that deserves careful consideration." "Of course," Harry agreed immediately. "I'm not asking for an answer tonight. Just opening the conversation as we begin planning for graduation and beyond." His understanding flowed through their bond, genuine and undemanding. It was this quality, his consistent respect for her autonomy despite their forced connection, that had gradually transformed her perception of him from enemy to partner. "I'll think about it," Pansy promised. "Thoroughly." Later, alone in her bedroom, Pansy examined her feelings with the analytical precision she applied to external challenges. Her initial reaction to the binding had been revulsion and rejection, understandably, given its coercive nature and her lifelong antagonism toward Harry. But 7 months had altered that foundation profoundly. Daily proximity had revealed Harry's true character beyond the public hero narrative, his occasional moodiness and stubborn streaks balanced by genuine consideration and principled consistency. Their bond had created understanding that transcended superficial differences, revealing complementary qualities beneath seemingly opposed perspectives. Most significantly, their collaboration on Slytherin reformation and interhouse initiatives had demonstrated what they could accomplish together, his moral vision enhanced by her strategic implementation, his direct approach balanced by her nuanced calculation. Was she prepared to embrace this connection as permanent foundation rather than temporary circumstance? To build a future that integrated their lives rather than merely managed their proximity? The question remained unanswered as she drifted toward sleep, though with a growing inclination that surprised her with its clarity and strength. The Slytherin common room had transformed over the 3 months since Pansy's first return after the failed ritual. Physical changes remained minimal, the same green-tinged light filtering through lake windows, the same elegant furniture arranged for both privacy and observation, but the atmosphere had shifted perceptibly. Where hierarchy had once been rigid and conformity expected, diverse groupings now formed around varied interests. First years engaged confidently with 7th years in mentoring arrangements. Study groups incorporated occasional members from other houses, introduced through the interhouse initiative. Conversations ranged beyond traditional Slytherin concerns of status and advantage to broader discussions of post-Hogwarts opportunities in the changing wizarding world. Pansy observed these changes from her now regular position near the fireplace, where she held weekly advisory sessions with the reform leadership. Today's meeting had concluded, leaving her in conversation with Draco while younger students dispersed to various activities. "It's working better than I expected," Draco admitted, watching as Eliza Selwyn coordinated a mixed-house study group preparing for upcoming exams. "Though resistance persists in certain quarters." Pansy nodded, well aware of the opposition faction that continued to view the reforms as betrayal of Slytherin tradition. Resistance was inevitable. But it's increasingly marginalized as tangible benefits emerge. The ministry internship program had announced its first selections the previous week, 12 partnerships of Gryffindor and Slytherin students who would begin positions immediately after graduation. Academic collaboration initiatives were showing measurable improvements in participating students' performance. Most tellingly, younger Slytherins were embracing the new approach with enthusiasm unconstrained by pre-war prejudices. "The house is changing," Draco observed. "Not abandoning its identity, but redefining it." "Evolution rather than revolution," Pansy agreed, echoing their earlier discussions. "Preserving Slytherin qualities while redirecting their application." Their conversation paused as Felix Rosier approached, expression concerned. "Pansy, there's a situation developing. Pusey's faction is planning something for the end-of-year feast. Some kind of public demonstration against the reforms." Pansy frowned, though not surprised. The opposition group, led by Marcus Pusey, had grown increasingly vocal as the reforms gained traction, portraying themselves as defenders of true Slytherin values against progressive capitulation. "What specifically are they planning?" she asked. "Not entirely clear," Felix admitted. "But it involves public repudiation of the Interhouse Initiative and those supporting it. Particularly you and Potter." Draco's expression hardened. "Desperate attempt to reassert relevance. They've lost influence as the benefits of reform become evident." Pansy considered the information analytically. "A public confrontation serves their narrative of defending tradition against outside influence. Direct opposition would reinforce that framing. So we don't oppose them directly," Draco concluded, following her reasoning. "We incorporate their dissent into the larger reform narrative." "Precisely." Pansy smiled slightly, appreciating his quick understanding. "Opposition proves the reforms are substantial rather than superficial. Real change generates resistance." As they developed a strategic response to the threatened demonstration, Pansy reflected on how naturally she had assumed this advisory role, guiding Slytherin's transformation from within while maintaining appropriate distance as a technically external figure. It was a position that utilized her strategic thinking and house understanding while acknowledging her unique status as both Slytherin and Harry Potter's bonded partner. Their planning completed, Pansy made her way back toward the quarters she shared with Harry. 3 months since the launch of the Interhouse Initiative, 2 months since their conversation about embracing their connection more fully, graduation approaching in just 3 weeks, time had accelerated as their final year at Hogwarts neared its conclusion. In their sitting room, she found Harry engaged in animated conversation with Ron and Hermione about post-graduation plans. The three looked up as she entered, their easy inclusion of her a testament to how much had changed since their initial forced cohabitation. "Productive meeting?" Harry asked, his awareness of her generally positive mood flowing through their bond. "Mostly," Pansy confirmed, settling into her usual chair. "Though there's a complication with Pusey's faction. They're planning some kind of demonstration at the end-of-year feast." She outlined what they had learned and their planned response, impressed as always by how quickly Harry grasped strategic nuances that once would have eluded his more straightforward Gryffindor approach. Incorporating opposition rather than suppressing it, he nodded. "Smart. It demonstrates confidence in the reform's foundation." "Exactly," Pansy agreed. Direct confrontation would validate their narrative of defending tradition against imposed change. This approach positions their resistance as part of the natural evolution of house identity. Ron shook his head slightly. "Still weird hearing you two talk like this. Strategic and unified." "We've had practice," Harry replied with a small smile, his emotions through their bond a complex mixture of amusement and something warmer. The conversation shifted to graduation preparations and beyond. Hermione had accepted a position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, focusing on creature rights legislation. Ron was joining George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, bringing his strategic mind to the business's expansion plans. "And you too?" Hermione asked, glancing between Harry and Pansy. "Have you decided on the Ministry project management position?" The question referenced their most promising post-graduation option, joint leadership of a special initiative implementing the interhouse collaborative model across various ministry departments. The position would build directly on their Hogwarts work while providing flexibility for other pursuits. "We're leaning toward accepting," Harry confirmed, glancing at Pansy for confirmation. "With some negotiated adjustments to the proposed structure. We've requested greater autonomy in implementation approaches," Pansy elaborated. "And clarification on reporting relationships to ensure appropriate independence from departmental politics." Their unified response, delivered without explicit coordination, drew a knowing look from Hermione. Their bond had continued to develop subtly, enhancing their ability to communicate and collaborate with increasing synchronization. After Ron and Hermione departed, Pansy and Harry settled into comfortable evening routine, reviewing correspondence related to their various projects, discussing developments in Slytherin house reform, preparing for upcoming exams. Their interaction had evolved into something remarkably domestic, punctuated by moments of intellectual spark when their different perspectives created new insights. "Have you thought more about what we discussed?" Harry asked eventually, the question gentle but direct. "About our future arrangements?" The topic had remained present but not pressured between them, Harry respecting her need for thorough consideration, Pansy gradually processing the implications of officially embracing their connection as foundation rather than circumstance. "I have," Pansy acknowledged, setting aside the letter she had been reading. "Extensively." Through their bond, Harry's emotions registered, hope tempered by careful restraint, genuine openness to her perspective rather than expectation of a particular response. "And?" he prompted when she didn't immediately continue. Pansy met his gaze directly. "I've decided that acknowledging what already exists is more honest than maintaining artificial distance. Whatever began our connection, what's developed between us has value worth preserving and building upon." The simple statement represented months of internal evolution, from viewing Harry as enemy to reluctant partner to valued collaborator. From seeing their bond as prison to recognizing it as unique foundation for meaningful connection. Harry's response flowed through their bond before he verbalized it: relief, satisfaction, and warm appreciation for her characteristic blend of pragmatism and unexpected openness. "I'm glad," he said simply. "I think it's the right decision for both of us." "It's the practical decision," Pansy clarified, though without her former deflective sharpness. "We're permanently connected. Building something constructive from that reality is simply good Slytherin sense." Harry smiled, seeing through her framing to the deeper acknowledgement beneath it. "Of course. Purely practical." The conversation that followed explored concrete implications, living arrangements after graduation, a renovated section of Grimmauld Place with both shared and individual spaces, professional boundaries within their joint ministry position, social integration that respected their different circles while creating appropriate overlap. Throughout, Pansy maintained her analytical approach, discussing emotional matters with practical clarity that Harry had come to appreciate rather than resist. Their different styles, his more direct emotional expression, her more measured practical consideration, had become complementary rather than conflicting. "There's one more thing," Harry said as their planning reached natural conclusion. "Something I've been thinking about for our graduation." Pansy raised an eyebrow, sensing significance through their bond. "Yes. I think we should consider a formal ceremony," he said carefully. "Not elaborate or public necessarily, but something that acknowledges our choice to embrace this connection rather than merely accept it." The suggestion surprised her, though not unpleasantly. "A wedding ceremony? When we're already magically married?" "A commitment ceremony," Harry clarified. "Recognizing that whatever began our bond, its continuation is our choice. Something that transforms what was done to us into what we're choosing for ourselves." The distinction resonated with Pansy more than she had expected. Their magical binding had been imposed without consent, a violation she had initially viewed as unforgivable. The idea of reclaiming that connection through conscious choice held powerful appeal, transforming coercion into agency. "A private ceremony," she stipulated, mind already organizing practical considerations. "With selected witnesses representing both our circles." Harry nodded, pleased by her receptiveness. After graduation but before beginning our ministry positions. Simple but meaningful. As they discussed details, location options, potential participants, appropriate magical elements, Pansy found herself experiencing an emotion she would once have considered impossible in relation to Harry Potter: contentment. Not resigned acceptance of unavoidable circumstances, but genuine satisfaction with the connection they had built despite its forced beginning. Later that night, preparing for bed in what had remained separate rooms despite their deepening relationship, Pansy reflected on the journey that had brought them to this point. 9 months since the ritual that had bound them together against their will. 9 months of evolution from hostility to tolerance to partnership to chosen connection. The girl who had suggested handing Harry Potter to Voldemort now found value in their bond that transcended magical compulsion. The Slytherin princess who had defined herself through pure-blood allegiance now led house reformation that integrated rather than isolated Slytherin qualities. It was not a transformation she had sought or initially welcomed. Yet standing at its completion, Pansy recognized that it represented growth rather than capitulation, an evolution that preserved her essential self while expanding her understanding and possibilities. Through their bond, she felt Harry's awareness of her reflective mood, his respectful presence without intrusion, his availability without pressure. It was this balanced connection, developed through months of negotiating their forced proximity, that had gradually transformed her perception from imprisonment to partnership. As she drifted toward sleep, Pansy acknowledged what had once seemed impossible, that destruction could lead to creation, that forced connection could evolve into chosen bond, that Harry Potter could become someone whose presence in her life represented opportunity rather than constraint. The final 3 weeks of term passed in a whirlwind of activities, exams completed with exceptional results for both of them, graduation preparations finalized, living arrangements at Grimmauld Place designed with both shared and private spaces, ministry positions negotiated with terms that respected their unique skills and perspectives. Throughout, the Slytherin Reformation continued its steady progress, with Pansy's advisory role gradually transitioning to younger leadership who would continue implementation after her departure. The opposition faction maintained vocal resistance, but their influence diminished as tangible benefits of the new approach became increasingly evident. The end-of-year feast arrived with anticipated tension, Pusey's planned demonstration hanging over the Slytherin table like storm clouds. Pansy and Harry attended from their usual position between houses, observing the room with strategic awareness while maintaining relaxed exteriors. When it came, a coordinated standing of traditional faction members, Marcus Pusey delivering prepared remarks about preservation of true Slytherin values and resistance to outside dilution, their response unfolded according to plan. Reform leaders acknowledged the dissenters' right to perspective while demonstrating through greater numbers the House's overall support for evolutionary change. Most powerful was Draco's unexpected intervention, the former Slytherin prince rising to address his housemates with calm authority. Slytherin's greatest quality has always been adaptation, he stated, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent hall. True cunning recognizes changing circumstances and adjusts strategy accordingly. True ambition identifies pathways to influence rather than clinging to methods that no longer serve. His gaze swept the Slytherin table, lingering on both reform supporters and traditional holdouts. I followed my family's path without question once. It led to the dark mark on my arm and our house's disgrace. I respect tradition, but tradition that cannot evolve becomes burden rather than foundation. The speech continued briefly, positioning the reforms not as rejection of Slytherin identity but as its most authentic expression in changed circumstances. When Draco concluded, the hall remained silent momentarily before erupting in unexpected applause, led by Gryffindor table but spreading to include Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and the majority of Slytherin itself. Pusey's demonstration, intended to rally traditional resistance, instead highlighted its diminishing influence. The House's evolution, while not without continuing challenges, had clearly established momentum that would continue beyond individual leadership. Later that night, in their quarters for one of the final times before graduation, Pansy and Harry discussed the event's significance. Draco surprised me, Harry admitted. That speech represented genuine evolution in his thinking, not just strategic positioning. Pansy nodded, having observed her oldest friend's transformation with close attention. He's found a path forward that integrates his heritage with changed reality. Not rejection of his past, but selective preservation of its valuable elements. Much like what you've done, Harry observed quietly. Maintained your Slytherin identity while expanding its expression beyond traditional limitations. The parallel was accurate, Pansy acknowledged internally. Her journey had indeed paralleled Draco's in certain respects, both finding ways to preserve core identity while adapting to post-war realities. Both discovering that evolution represented strength rather than capitulation. The house will continue changing after we leave, she said, focusing on practical implications rather than personal significance. The younger students are already implementing approaches that would have been unimaginable a year ago. Harry nodded, respecting her deflection while recognizing the emotional undertones through their bond. Your influence will continue through the structures and mentorships you've established. That's significant, Pansy. You've helped transform what Slytherin means for future generations. The observation was accurate if uncomfortable in its directness. Pansy had indeed contributed to fundamental reformation of her house, not through rejection of its qualities but through redirection of their application. Ambition toward constructive achievement rather than domination. Cunning applied to adaptation rather than resistance. Pride grounded in contribution rather than exclusion. We should finalize arrangements for the commitment ceremony, she said, changing the subject to more immediate considerations. Grimmauld Place garden seems most appropriate, private but meaningful given our history there. Harry accepted the conversational shift, recognizing her need to balance emotional acknowledgement with practical action. Agreed. And the guest list we discussed, Draco, Blaise and Daphne from your side, Ron, Hermione and Luna from mine, with McGonagall officiating if she's willing. As they refined details for both graduation and the ceremony beyond, Pansy found herself experiencing that same surprising contentment, the recognition that whatever had begun their connection, its current form represented something chosen rather than imposed. Graduation day arrived with traditional Hogwarts pageantry, formal robes, ceremonial procession, speeches celebrating achievement and encouraging future contribution. As special recognition for their interhouse initiative, Harry and Pansy received joint commendation from both McGonagall and visiting ministry officials. Mr. Potter and Ms. Parkinson have demonstrated that circumstances which might have divided can instead unite when approached with courage and intelligence, McGonagall stated in her formal address. Their collaboration has created lasting impact not just on their own houses but on Hogwarts' fundamental approach to house identity and interaction. The acknowledgement, while somewhat uncomfortable for Pansy's natural aversion to public sentiment, nonetheless carried significant validation of their work's legitimate impact beyond personal circumstances. Following the ceremony, amid congratulations and farewells, Draco approached them with uncharacteristic openness. "I wanted to thank you both," he said without his former artifice. "What you've accomplished with Slytherin House, it's created a future for those of us trying to find a path forward without abandoning our heritage entirely. You've been instrumental in that yourself," Pansy pointed out. "Especially with older Slytherins who wouldn't have accepted direction from Potter regardless of circumstance." Draco acknowledged this with a slight nod. "Perhaps. But you showed it was possible, that choosing a different path didn't require abandoning Slytherin identity completely." The conversation continued briefly, concluding with confirmation of Draco's participation in their upcoming commitment ceremony. His acceptance, not merely tolerance but genuine support for their chosen connection, represented significant evolution in relationships that had once seemed permanently defined by schoolboy antagonism. As graduation festivities concluded and students prepared for departure, Pansy took a final walk through Slytherin Common Room, no longer as exile or visitor but as architect of its ongoing transformation. The space felt simultaneously familiar and changed, much like her own relationship to Slytherin identity itself. Eliza and Felix, who would lead continuation of reforms in the coming year, accompanied her on this final tour. Their questions about implementation challenges demonstrated genuine understanding of the balance required, preserving Slytherin distinctiveness while integrating its contributions into broader school culture. You'll face ongoing resistance, Pansy advised as they concluded their walk. Some will never accept evolution as anything but betrayal. But focus on tangible benefits rather than ideological arguments. Practical advantages speak louder than abstract principles to most Slytherins. As she left the common room for the final time as student, Pansy felt an unexpected sense of completion. The house that had defined her identity for 7 years had been both betrayed and transformed by her actions, betrayed in its corrupted expression, transformed toward more sustainable foundation. Harry waited in the corridor, respectfully distant during her private farewell but emotionally present through their bond. As she joined him for their departure from Hogwarts Castle, his understanding flowed between them, appreciation for the significance of this transition, recognition of both loss and accomplishment in her relationship with Slytherin House. "Ready?" he asked simply. Pansy nodded, her composure perfect despite the emotions their bond revealed. "Yes," she confirmed. "For whatever comes next." 1 week later, in the newly renovated garden of Grimmauld Place, they gathered for the ceremony that would transform forced magical binding into chosen connection. The space had been transformed, no longer the neglected overgrowth of their initial residence, but a harmonious blend of structure and natural beauty that symbolized their evolved relationship. The ceremony itself was brief but meaningful, with carefully chosen magical elements that acknowledged their bond's unusual origin while affirming their conscious decision to embrace its continuation. McGonagall officiated with appropriate gravity, her formal acknowledgement of their choice carrying institutional validation that both found unexpectedly significant. "What began without consent has evolved through conscious choice," the headmistress stated as the ceremony neared its conclusion. "May this transformation serve as foundation for connection that honors both individual identity and shared purpose." As they completed the ritual components, magical acknowledgement of mutual commitment, witnessed by representatives of both their circles, Pansy felt their bond respond with subtle but perceptible shift. Not stronger exactly, but somehow more balanced, as if finally settling into its mature form. Through their connection, Harry's emotions flowed clear and unguarded, satisfaction, respect, and the warm affection that had gradually developed between them. Not the dramatic passion of conventional romance, but something equally meaningful in its unique evolution from hostility to partnership to chosen bond. The gathering afterward was small but genuinely celebratory, with even Ron Weasley raising a toast to the most unlikely successful marriage in wizarding history. Draco's formal congratulations carried sincere acknowledgement of their achievement in transforming circumstance into opportunity. Later, as guests departed and they settled into Grimmauld Place as their official shared home, Pansy and Harry found themselves in the sitting room that had witnessed their initial hostile cohabitation 9 months earlier. From forced binding to chosen commitment, Harry observed, the simple statement encompassing their complex journey. Not the path either of us would have selected. But not without value in its results, Pansy completed, acknowledging what had once seemed impossible. Through their bond, understanding flowed between them, recognition that their connection, whatever its problematic origin, had created possibility neither would have discovered individually. Harry's moral vision enhanced by her strategic implementation. Her ambitious drive balanced by his principled foundation. Different perspectives creating complementary strengths rather than irreconcilable conflict. To unexpected outcomes, Harry proposed, raising his glass in simple toast. Pansy touched her glass to his, a smile warming features once set in permanent disdain where he was concerned. "And chosen futures," she added. As they sat together in comfortable silence, their bond humming with shared contentment and anticipation of challenges ahead, Pansy reflected on the transformation that had brought them to this moment. From victim to partner. From enemy to ally. From circumstance to choice. The girl who had suggested surrendering Harry Potter to the Dark Lord had evolved into the woman who had destroyed Slytherin's darkest elements to protect him, and in doing so, had helped transform the house itself toward more sustainable foundation. It was not the future she had once envisioned. But sitting beside Harry Potter in the home they now genuinely shared, preparing for careers that would build on their unique partnership, Pansy Parkinson acknowledged a truth that would once have seemed impossible: sometimes destruction led to creation more valuable than what had been lost. Sometimes, paradoxically, being bound created freedom to become something new. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.